Good morning, good morning, good morning, everybody. Welcome to Twisted Tragedies, where we follow all the twists and turns. And I am your host, Elise, and my flower is not cooperating today. It keeps bouncing around like a Mexican jumping bean. It is freaking humid today, so my hair is in frizz mode. I swear to God, I can never get it to not be in frizz mode because when you are such a weird mix like me, Spanish and Irish, it's like no matter what you do, it's a frizz machine. Okay. So be thankful some of y'all have straight white people here or put relaxer in your hair. I do not have that. I wish I did. I also need to dye my hair desperately. Desperately. Good morning. Good morning. Good morning. Okay. So obviously, as you guys know, there is a time difference. So you are right on time. There is a time difference. So the Idaho stuff doesn't start until 1 our time, which is 11 their time. So hold on a second. I'm still getting over being sick, guys, so I apologize. I still have a frog in my throat and I'm a little sniffly. But I am here nonetheless. So we have a couple other things to go over in the meantime. Sorry, guys, I got to change the bubble. That bubble really aggravates me. Thank you. Boop. I don't know why they don't let me set it that way. It drives me bananas. And I need to get new contacts because these glasses are driving me nuts. I am not a glasses person. I do not like the way glasses look on my face. I cannot properly do my makeup with glasses on my face, okay, to begin with, because I can't freaking see without them. I am blind as a bat, in case you are wondering. I cannot see a goddamn thing. I mean, it was kind of, there was so much evidence. There was so much evidence in this case that showed his guilt. So, I mean, to me, what the most now, and a lot of people have argued with me in the last day or so, argued with me that all the families knew. That is false. All the families did not know. The Gonsalves family were told via email with a letter attached on Sunday, late Sunday. And so by Monday morning, they were scrambling, making phone calls, emails, right away, all the way till Monday morning. Then Monday morning, they were able to have a meeting where they were expressing, like, we don't agree with this. And they were basically told to shove it, get on board, or oh, well, that they're doing it anyway. And, they wanted at the very least concessions of he has to admit what, when, where, why, and how. And the prosecution, unfortunately, is not even giving them that, which I think is deplorable. I mean, I don't know what the hell they're doing over there in Idaho. I have a feeling that they're afraid. They're afraid. They were afraid to go to trial, afraid that maybe this outcome from the Karen case could be a possibility with that case. And I think they're right because I felt it in my bones. You guys, I felt it in my freaking bones. I felt it in my bones that these people, these, pro Karen Reed people, were on their way over to the Idaho 4 case. I knew it. I felt it deep inside and I said, fuck. And so when I talked to the Gonsalves, I said, listen, I have a really irky feeling that these people are going to try to do what they did in Karen's case. In your case, it's the next high profile sort of case. Insane. So yeah, Diddy was just found guilty on 2 of the 5 charges, the Mann Act charges, in case anybody didn't know. I mean, but where did the evidence come from that the dog's hair was found in Bryan Koberger's apartment? I have no idea. I cannot answer that because I do not know. See, that's not hard. When you don't know something, you say you don't know, right? I'll definitely ask and see if I can get an answer. Insane. Sorry, incoming stuff, guys. Today's a busy day. prosecutor has not gone into details about dog hair. Yeah, I haven't seen anything detail-wise on that, and here's the thing. I think what really bothers me is that yeah, so this is what really bothers me, Anna, is the families were asking for the basic of, "Hey, please, we don't agree with this plea deal. We do not want this plea deal for various reasons. Two of the families don't. One of those reasons being conspiracy theorists and harassment that I'm guessing some of the surviving roommates have been getting from the pro-burger conspiracy theory people. And, when evidence comes out publicly, and there's been a gag order in this case, when it comes out publicly, um, they're that stuff can at least be put to bed with facts. As we know in Karen's case, this doesn't always happen. Sometimes they just move the goalpost and completely ignore facts. Um, but sometimes cooler heads prevail. And so, the families are like, at the very least. No, there's two families that don't agree. At the very least, they're asking, if he has to concede to what, when, where. Now, that would be something that I would say is semi standard in a guilty plea of this caliber, which is that you have to admit what, when, where, why, how. The fact that the prosecutors made this deal without that, the what, when, where, why, how, knowing there's not going to be a trial to even possibly get that information, is the part that really, really bothers me. Obviously, there's two families that want it, there's two families that don't. I understand, that one family doesn't trump, all of the families, but this is a half and half at the moment. And I think maybe, just maybe, the prosecutors should have thought about, hey, we need to at least, at the very least, if two families agree to the plea deal, okay, cool. What concessions can we give the two families that don't agree with the plea deal? And at the very least, they could have given the two families that didn't agree with the plea deal the what, when, who, where, and why. I don't understand why they would not have done that. That really blows my mind as to why they wouldn't put in that plea agreement um, that he has to admit the who, what, when, where, and why. I mean, yeah, they could do a civil suit, and I am thinking they probably will. I expect today to see the families that don't agree object to it with their attorneys, object to the plea deal. And I think they basically begged, like, hey, if this is going to have to be a thing, can we please get a who, what, when, where, and why? Please, please. And they were basically told, go F yourself. Get on board or F off. That's the part that bothers me. And Anna's right, as she said earlier, unfortunately, it's not always that the state is for the victims. They're really just about themselves and conviction rates. And when you look into whether this prosecutor has actually ever used the death penalty or done cases where he's taken them to trial, like murder cases, I think there's been like 3 out of 33. So it seems to me as this prosecutor isn't one to want to take it to trial to begin with, just based on his record of taking them to trial or not taking them to trial. I get why, you know, well, the good thing is once it's done, there's no more gag order. So the families can speak freely. I know Ethan Chapin's family don't are not going to speak to the media. They will be at the hearing, but they will not be speaking to the media. They really haven't done much of that. I don't blame them either. They want their privacy, and I totally get it. But there will not be the gag order would be essentially dead and over. So anything that the families did want to say or talk about that they couldn't before, no, the state did. As far as I understand it, Ann Taylor was the only public defender attorney that could take a death penalty case, which is why she ended up on the case, which was a little hinky to begin with because her office had represented Xana's mom, I believe. And so that's a conflict. To think that Ann Taylor is the only death penalty lawyer for a public defender's office in Idaho is a little crazy. It's a little crazy. I mean, there has to be more than one, right? I mean, no, maybe not. I don't know. But that's how she ended up on the case to begin with. But again, they dragged this out for years. And so the amount that Ann Taylor got paid, walking away with a cool million or so dollars from this, they could have plead out immediately, or a year in, or 2 years in, and here we are. So it's unfortunate. It's unfortunate. I hope he doesn't write a book. I don't know what the laws are in Idaho of profiting off of your crimes. Some states have like a very strict law, some not so strict. I'm not sure what the one for Idaho is. Yeah, they did. I think after their third party culprit thing was completely quashed. And that goes to show, right? They had this whole, it could be 4 other people, third party culprit, BS. And once the judge was like, yeah, no, we're not playing that game. Judge Hippler basically, pretty much threw that out the window on them. And at that point, they were like, yeah, we have no cards left to play. And that just goes to show that the defense will argue, third party culprit, even when someone is fully guilty. Yeah, 4 other people. Shocker that they picked the number 4, right? 4 other people. Hey, Adam. I think it really bothers me that they didn't put in this plea deal, as far as I understand it, that he had to admit to the who, what, when, where, why, how. The families deserve those basic answers. And where they might not have gotten all of them in trial, they probably could have gotten, some of them. And if the prosecutors were going to make some sort of deal here to take the death penalty off the table, which is what they did, it's 4 life sentences in return of taking the death penalty off the table, then the concession should have been a who, what, when, where, why, how, that he has to admit to all of that. I know exactly, Anna. Were they all named Bryan Koberger, all 4 of them? Like, seriously? That could be so I'm hoping that's what's going to happen, right? Is the judge is the ultimate say. The judge doesn't have to accept the plea deal most of the time. If it is agreed upon the parties, the state and the defense, then they do accept the plea deal most of the time. I have seen judges be like, yeah, no, I don't feel like these conditions are fair. I don't give a shit if you guys agree. I'm not taking this plea deal. I have seen that before. Is it likely? No. Is it possible? Yes. I've seen it quite a few times where a judge is like, yeah, no, I'm just not feeling this. I don't feel like this is fair to one side or the other, and I'm not accepting this. Or someone will do something right at the last minute that sort of pisses the judge off, and the judge is like, you know what? I'm not accepting this plea deal. I've seen that happen quite a few times. But I am hoping that at the very least, Judge Hippler says, okay, I'll accept the terms of the plea with added in what the 2 families who are objecting to the plea are asking for included. Hey, Lindsay. Oh, thank you. Thank you so much. It won't cooperate with me. It was sitting like this, and I got frizz going on here. I was just explaining, I don't got white people here. I have Spanish slash mixed with Irish people here, and it's like just one big fuzzball. It's like you stuck your finger in a light socket every day, 24/7, because it's not like curly and it's not straight. It's just wavy and frizzy and a pain in the freaking behind. Me too, girl. Me too. Listen, I'm still got my eyes on the prize of just going on my 3-day camping trip to float down a river in July, and hoping that between now and the 3rd or 2nd week in July, I can save enough money from the show to actually be able to take that trip, because the trip is fairly cheap. It's a camping trip. So if I can save like $500-ish between now and then I can take my 3-day adult trip that I go on once a year without children. The one relaxing 3-day trip. So fingers crossed for me, y'all. That's the goal. That's the goal this month. It is maddening, DJ, that they drug it out this long when they could have just plead. But again, tactics of a lawyer, they're gonna get paid, right? So if they drag it out, they get paid. As far as they drag it out. So it's unfortunate, but it's the name of the game when it comes to attorneys, It just is. It is a blast. I'm telling you, any of you that live in the area, I'm like the more the merrier. Everyone welcome. It's so much fun. Like, imagine getting in your tube, and I don't mean just like a pool tube, right? You have to get the ones that have like a back and it has like a mesh bottom, and they're big. Imagine being in that thing, or mine's a 2-person one. So I have like a little thing in the middle and there's like a cooler attached to it back here. So what we do is we put the dry bag and we roll that up and we put that in that cooler, because I also have a big giant floatable cooler that attaches to, it has 8 cup holders around it that attaches, we put it in the middle, right? And then we put our tubes all on the outside, and you tie them together, and then you tie the cooler to us, and then you float down the river like that for a few hours, and we put the food and the dry stuff in the dry bag in that cooler, and then we put all the drinks in the middle. It holds something like 80 cans or something ridiculous. And we have waterproof speakers and waterproof things for our phone, and it's an absolute blast. And imagine you wake up right on the river. It's beautiful, right on the beach on the river, and there's just like a slight layer of like fog right over the water, because it's warm out and it's beautiful. And it's like 6 in the morning, you can hear the birds chirping, or 7 or 8 in the morning, you hear the birds chirping, and you come out and you get your little camp stove going, and you make your coffee, and you can just sit there. It's beautiful. I'll post a picture on YouTube to show you guys like what it looks like when we were there last time. We have all the camping stuff except 2 things. I need like a 6-foot table, those plastic like fold out 6-foot table. Yeah, exactly. No alligators. No alligators. No alligators. And I have a tent that has 2 rooms, and one is for a bathroom. We have like a toilet, and then one is for the solar shower, and it has like, I have a solar shower. So literally you just fill it with water and you put it out in the sun, and after like 3 hours it is hot, hot, hot. So I always leave a little extra room to dump in some cooler water to like cool it down a little bit. And it hooks up to the thing at the top, and one side of the tent is for the shower and the other side is for either changing, drying off, or our toilet. So because you don't have electricity on the water, right, you have to bring these things with you. So I have those things. I've had those things for years. I also have because there's a lot of bugs on the river, lots of mosquitoes. We have the best bug spray ever, which is Repel, and it is a eucalyptus lemongrass bug spray, and they don't want anything to do with you. They do not like the smell of it. Oh yeah, girl, it exists. And so I don't like to, okay, let's put it this way. I'm not a camper, I'm a glamper. So where I do love to camp, I like to be comfortable when I camp. So instead of sleeping on the ground, I have an air mattress, and I have this little thing about this big that you can plug in your phones, your speakers, and the air mattress to blow it up. And it like, once it dies, there's 2 ways to charge it. You either find a wall plug somewhere, or it has a car charger that goes into the plug of the car, and it'll recharge that way. Also has a solar option, but you have to buy the solar panels, and those are a couple $100. But I bring that little guy with me, right? And it charges all the basic stuff that we need: phones, speakers, and blowing up air mattresses. And it's an absolute blast. It's an absolute blast. It's one of those 2-day, 2-night, 3-day trips for adults that the kids, stay with their aunts, uncles, grandparents, whatever. And us adults get to float down the river without hearing mommy every 5 seconds. It's fun. It's a blast. And, we have to have music. That's why we have the waterproof speakers, and pack food, and we just float. So you start upstream, and you float back down to wherever you're staying on the river, to your campsite. So then you don't have to worry about to and from. They don't have Uber and Lyft way out there in the mountains of New Hampshire and on the border of Maine there. So the Uber and Lyft kind of don't exist out there, but it's a fun trip. It's a fun trip, especially being around people that you care about. Everyone's goofy. We're all laughing. It's a blast. They float down the river with horse tanks. Is that a thing? How does that work? How does that work exactly? That's interesting. I know that there are other places, like obviously in the country, that have rivers that people tube down. We saw that poor, awful case with I think it was Apple River. They were tubing down that river. One kid died. That was awful. I'll never forget that video. It kind of just popped up on YouTube one day, and it just started playing, and I was like, the horror. I can never get that out of my head. But I've never had any problems on the Saco River, and it goes for a lot of miles. It goes from New Hampshire all the way into Maine, like well into Maine. And It's beautiful. It's beautiful. The river itself is beautiful. It's huge, and you're just like, looks like you're in a tunnel, just beautiful sky, and you're just in between trees on this huge river, just floating. It's gorgeous. It's absolutely gorgeous. Girl, listen, it's not that deep. Okay. It's not that deep. It's anywhere, it depends on where in the river, like what part, but they also have like rope swings you can pull off and like use the rope swings, and there's covered bridges, and there's all sorts of like, stuff to do on the way, and there are places to take out and use like public restrooms, get back in. Either way, you're not stuck. You can always, there are a ton of sandbars, and there are a ton of like, sides that you could pull off to at any given point. But it's fun. There's not really much swimming underneath you other than maybe some fish. That we had like those little tiny fish, and they actually like tickle your feet, and they're harmless. But other than that, there's no alligators, right? Because we're in the Northeast. There's nothing like that. So really, girl, stop it. You would have a blast. You would have a blast. So they put lawn chairs in the tanks and a table. What? I literally have to look this up now because I am intrigued. I am intrigued. I actually get that guy's case. Self-defense is hard, especially when you're old and surrounded by drunk kids. I get his fear. Unfortunate situation. I get the fear, but at the same time, maybe don't stab people. You know what I mean? Like the stabbing is the part, like self-defense. You're heckled by kids. Cool, great. I understand it. But stabbing is the part that, like, come on, man. You can't be doing all that. I know, right? That was my first thought, Lindsay. I swear to God, it was my first thought. Like, wait, they float? Like that's that they do? Like, I did not know that. I did not know that. That was literally my first thought. So you are not the only one, my friend. All right, let's see. I am sorry. Trying to pull up. God, everything is Diddy right now. Diddy, 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 Diddy. I understand it, you know. Iowa versus Karina Cooper Day One, Widow's Words murder trial. That is one that I really didn't know about. I, I'm used to seeing these chats go whizzing by on some of these cases and not in that one. All right. So hold on. Uh oh.
Appears to have accepted a plea deal. Now, sources confirm the prosecution has proposed dropping the death penalty in exchange for Koberger pleading guilty to committing the 4 murders and pleading guilty to the burglary charge. Koberger must also agree to spend the rest of his life in prison without the possibility of parole and must waive his right to appeal. All right, Kelly Craft was reporting live from Manhattan previously. I definitely want to thank her. We'll have more information on what's going on out there in Idaho. As soon as it comes into our newsroom, we will let you know.
All right, so that's just something they played before they put this on. So yeah, we are ahead of time. Obviously, I came a little early because we can talk about some stuff, but I think I'm just shocked at the way the prosecutors didn't include certain things when it came to this. They didn't include things like him having to concede what, when, who, where, why, and how, and that bothers me. The fact that the Diddy jury found him guilty on 2 out of the 5, but not guilty on the other ones. Right now, his team is asking for him to be bonded out for $1 million. I don't. And again, Scorpio, we have to think about this, right? Do we think that some of that has to do with these jurors not wanting to deal? I mean, you just had a bunch of people tell you that the guy has a ton of money and basically paid people to do anything he wanted, right? Right? Okay. So that seems to me as if what you're telling the jury is they either need to be very careful about what they vote for, because if they vote for something else, they might be afraid for their lives. You don't know what kind of reach someone like that has, and or hey, I'm about to be famous, and some of these other jurors and other trials are being paid money for their interviews. And this was a federal trial where no cameras are allowed. So even more money would be paid to them because there was there was no cameras allowed inside. So I think this has to stop, right? This has to stop. At what point do we go, okay, the system is not working correctly anymore? Now we're at a point where juries are only staying on these juries because they are wanting their 15 minutes of fame and they want to be paid for their interviews, and it could change their lives with the money. And they don't, what the decision is, whether someone's guilty or not guilty at that point, doesn't matter as much as what they're worried about for themselves. I think that is not standard. That is not okay. Okay. I think we have a very serious problem in this country, a very serious problem with the way our jury system works right now. You know, it's insane to me. It's insane to me. It is like the new norm. And that's a problem. We cannot have juries, especially in high profile cases with people with money. So our justice system is basically saying, hey, anybody with money in a high profile case, you're probably going to get away with it because the jury's afraid of the consequences if you don't get away with it, and B, they want to be paid. They want to be paid for their interviews, and they want their 15 minutes of fame. And I'm seeing a pattern here, folks. And I think partly maybe the prosecutors in Idaho saw what I saw, which is it's a very real possibility because there's lots of these pro-burger people out there. Okay. Very real possibility that these conspiracy theorists that came from the other case could come on over here and disturb this case to the point where these jurors would want to be famous and get paid for their interviews. And that's a serious issue. I think we as a country need to do better. It's time to change some shit. It's time to change some laws in the justice system and the way it works, because we can't allow jurors to just come in and stay on a jury because we have to make a law that you can't profit off your civic duty unless it's being paid for your time being on the jury. And I think that's part of the problem, in all honesty, at least in the state of Massachusetts. $50 a day. $50 a day. I'm sorry, but you're asking people to take, that was 32 days for Karen's trial. So 32 days out of their lives, plus all these half days and all these the ridiculous schedule that was that trial. Okay. But 32 days out of their lives at $50 a day. Most of them get paid that in an hour or 2 hours or 2.5 hours if it's $20 an hour, right? At a regular job. How can you say 32 days will only pay you $50 a day? I mean, that is part of the issue. It should be, we will pay you whatever your job pays you, the equivalent of whatever your job pays you. We will pay that. You're not making any more. You're not making any less. You're making, and if not, if you don't have a job, if you're a homemaker, for instance, give you a standard rate of of the middle of the road between all the other jurors. Like, what's the middle ground between the highest paid juror and their job and the lowest paid juror, their job, whatever. You get a decent amount nonetheless. So we can't have jurors that are getting $50 a day to be on a jury and then thinking, okay, well, we'll vote not guilty and then we'll just do interviews and we'll make 50 grand per interview. That's a serious issue. It's a serious problem. They know as soon as they're told which case it is, as soon as they realize which case it is, that it's a huge opportunity for 5 minutes of fame. It's insane to me. I'm almost afraid, for my husband and his jury duty that's coming up in just a few days. God forbid he is on one of the other 2 high-profile cases that are coming this year. I would not, thankfully he's an honest person. Thankfully. The problem is that we get left with these not honest people, right? That's what ends up happening. Is we get stuck with people who are not being honest about things that they know or don't know or are biased about, and so they don't bow out of the jury. and they get picked and they're on it and then they lie. As we've seen with some of these jurors, they just straight lie or don't. If they're not asked a question, they don't have to answer it. So they just omit, right? I think we need a better way of vetting our juries as well, a better way of making sure that these people are not making fake sock accounts online and working under these fake sock accounts. Because if we just let everyone run around and do what juror number 11 did, we're in big trouble. We're in big, big trouble. If we can't have juries that actually understand the stuff that's being shown to them, or they don't have enough critical thinking skills to actually put 1 + 1 = 2 together, it doesn't matter what trial it is. Do you think that if Karen was a poor person, and it doesn't matter if she's a poor white person or a poor Spanish person, just a poor person in general, that anybody would have given 2 shits about this case? Let me make something abundantly clear. No, they would not have. And anybody who's worked in the justice system, like myself, know that. It's that simple. Everyone on planet Earth knows that there are 2 separate justice systems, one for the rich and one for the poor. That's unacceptable, no matter what way you slice it. No matter what way you slice it. If she was a poor person, nobody would have cared. It's a huge problem. A huge problem. And it's like, we can't keep getting the results like this and then doing nothing, because if we do nothing, we're part of the problem, right? If we keep seeing these results, we're disgusted with these results, we're disgusted with what's going on, and then we just sit on our hands and do nothing, we're part of the problem, right? We got to do something. We have to do something. You know, we have to come together, and start, trying to talk to our lawmakers and make sure that some of these things are put in place. Some of these things are made law. Some of these things are made standard so that these types of ridiculous behaviors don't happen again. Who's going to ever want to be a witness in Norfolk County ever again? Of a show of hands, I'll tell you, nobody. No, Diddy's already done. He had a here, I'll show you. He was found not guilty on 3 out of the 5 charges. So his is already done. Unfortunately. He was found guilty on 2 of the Mann Act charges. That was it.
Put into combating human trafficking. We thank the special agents from the U.S. Attorney's Office of the Southern District of New York, Digital Forensic Unit, and the Complex Analytics and Social Media Enhancement Team at the New York, New Jersey High-Intensity Drug Trafficking Area. We would also like to thank our partners at the NYPD for their assistance in this matter and for sharing our victim-centered approach to combating sex crimes. Nothing necessarily on point about the verdict per se. Interesting. Let me bring in, by the way, so we're going to take your questions as they come in. We're going to try to do extended coverage as we figure out what the rest of the day will look like in terms of when sentencing might be scheduled, in terms of whether or not Sean Combs will be released today. Will we see him? That's a question. That's a consideration. We have with us Law and Crimes Elizabeth Milner, who was in court today, who was in court for all of the action for this trial. We'll listen to a little bit of this and see what she says, because she's the one who was in court with him. It's great to have you both here. Elizabeth, I'll start with you.
No,
your reaction
it was not guilty as far as I know.
Number 2, what can we expect for the rest of the day? And you know what? Let me add a number 3 in there. What was it like inside that courtroom when the verdict came down?
Ouch.
Well, a lot of people were at the edge of their seats when that verdict was about to be read out loud. I was very anxious, even sitting in my seat in the
if we can hear Elizabeth, but I can't hear her.
Everyone else can except you, sir.
There we go. Now we got Elizabeth. Hey, Elizabeth, you're back with us.
Oh, okay. I was like, is my mic on? My mic is on, I promise. So I will say this, Jesse, that there was a lot of anticipation while that verdict was about to be read out loud. I think a lot of us who are on the press side of the courtroom were at the edge of our seats waiting to see the jury's reaction whenever they came into the courtroom, but also what their verdicts would be rendered. And obviously we know that to be that he was only found guilty on count 3 and 5, that being transportation to engage in prostitution in relation to Cassie, in relation to Jane, but not guilty on count 1, RICO conspiracy, and not guilty on count 2 and 4, that being sex trafficking, Cassie and Jane. So I think from the family's perspective, from the defense's perspective, and even some people inside that courtroom, I think they were pretty pleased by the outcome of the jury's
I
decision.
know,
I did
Lindsay.
note
I
that there
know.
was an audible applause. A lot of people were kind of either doing prayer hands up to the sky, that type of thing. And that was coming from the family's kind of point of view. And it seemed like they were pretty pleased. And I don't know if you heard, Jesse, when I was talking with Chris earlier, he being Sean Combs, turned around in his defense chair and told his family that he's coming home. So it seems like from his perspective that maybe his defense attorneys told him it's a possibility the judge may let you go today. I didn't think that was at all a possibility, given that he has been found guilty on 2 of the charges. But it seems like from the defense's perspective, they were so pleased with the verdict. Obviously, they would have loved for an acquittal on all counts, but in terms of the guilty counts that were rendered, I think that they were just pretty happy. And according to Mark Agnifilo, now Sean Combs has his life back. In terms of just other people who were inside that courtroom, it seems like, again, people not even just from the Combs family, but other people on the public side were applauding the defense team after the verdict was rendered. There were a lot of hugs inside that courtroom.
I don't have a private jet.
It was the defense attorneys. I saw, even when the verdict was read out loud, Tenny Garagos and Sean Combs really having kind of a tight squeeze on their hands. There was tears flowing from Bryan Steele, from Tenny Garagos, from Ana Maria Escobar, from Mark Agnifilo. And so it seems like the defense, and they did a good job. They didn't put up any witnesses, but they did an excellent job with the cross-examinations, and they were pretty pleased given the jury's decision.
Sending you hugs.
Getting a lot of questions in about this, Elizabeth. Before we get to them, just real quick, what can we expect for the rest of the day? I understand we might have a development at 1 p.m., or at least we believe those are when papers are going to be submitted in terms of bail, right? In terms of whether or not Sean Combs can be released today. Which, by the way, we are in a very different scenario. When he applied for bail during the course of this trial, during the course of this criminal case, the sex trafficking and the racketeering allegations were hanging over him. So when you talked about, was he a danger to the community? What was he charged with? The seriousness of the offenses, likelihood of fleeing, those considerations were coupled with the charges that he was facing. He no longer faces those charges. These transportation charges, sure, they're federal crimes, but he is in a much better position to argue for release today than he has ever been. What do we expect the schedule is going to be for the rest of the day?
Well, I knew I missed one of your questions, Jesse. So sorry about that.
No worries.
It seems like so it seems like both parties are working right now to kind of draft up an email or a letter to the judge as far as their arguments as to why Sean Combs should or should not be released on some type of bail condition pending his sentencing. Now, Mark Agnifilo, he stood up and he says that Sean Combs should be released. He should be able to walk out of that courthouse today. Now, right now, he's not at
He's still found guilty.
From my understanding, he's still being held at kind of a holding cell up inside the courthouse. But Mark Agnifilo was pretty adamant. He wants his client to be released on some type of bail condition. He should be able to return to Two Star Island over in Florida. He should have travel limits only to Florida, Los Angeles, where he has another home, and to New York City. If there was any type of questions in regards to him being a very wealthy person and him having access to a private
New York,
plane,
isn't
according
it?
to Mark Agnifilo, his plane is currently over in Maui. He doesn't even have access to his plane. In terms of just even Sean Combs' passport, Mark Agnifilo said both he and Tenny Garagos have possession of his passport and that they would return it to pretrial services, even proposing that he be released on a $1 million bail, given that he was acquitted on RICO conspiracy and given that he was also acquitted on 2 counts of sex trafficking. And so they said that even the family who was inside that courtroom for the verdict, that they would be able to kind of sign some type of condition to help him be allowed to leave on bail conditions if the judge goes for it. Now, obviously, from the government side, they were saying that the defense is being a little too lenient, given that Sean Combs was still found guilty on 2 charges. But we'll see what those arguments look like when they return later this afternoon.
We're also talking about the reaction to this verdict. I mentioned the statement from the government. Per CNN, Cassie Ventura's lawyer, Douglas Wigdor, told CNN, following, again, the Sean Combs being acquitted of sex trafficking and racketeering, found guilty of the Mann Act, transportation to engage in prostitution charges. There was a lot of mixed emotions in that courtroom. Obviously, we would have liked to have seen convictions on the RICO charges and the sex trafficking charges, but Cassie prompted this investigation by the Southern District, and now Sean Combs stands before this court as a convicted felon of 2 crimes. To be very clear, he was acquitted with respect to the sex trafficking of Cassie Ventura. He was found guilty of transportation to engage in prostitution. with respect to Cassie. So Cassie and her testimony did support one of the convictions in this case. Let me bring in Mina Sewat-Lona. Mina, so good to see you. Thanks so much for joining us. We have a number of super chat questions that are coming in.
Max,
For example,
I can't.
we have a super chat question from
Nope, can't do it. I'm sorry. I can't. These law and crime people. I have a super chat question. Yeah, you also have questions from the rest of your audience. Why are you only reading the super chat questions? Like, that bugs me. And also, for such a big station like law and crime to be even taking super chats is freaking amazing to me. Like, that makes no logical sense to me at all. They could have started a channel yesterday and they would have millions of subscribers. So, I mean, they're a media company. Right? I mean, maybe that's the book we write, guys. We all write a book about the year the justice left the country and the year people lost their ever-loving minds and thought that it was better to be rich and have 15 minutes of fame being on a jury than it was to actually get justice or follow any of the evidence whatsoever. Yeah, that's the part that gets me. And Scorpio, I feel your pain, girl. I am embarrassed of my own state at the moment. And I do ask Norfolk County, what the hell are they doing? Like, what the hell are you all doing? Seriously. Like, what the hell are you all doing? Are you guys going to do something with the people who are still committing crimes and harassing the families and the witnesses? And just FYI to everybody, that none of that has stopped. None of that has stopped. The harassment, the intimidation, I mean, it's criminal harassment. It's stalking, it's cyber stalking and stalking. I don't understand how Norfolk County District Attorney's Office, and this is minus Hank, because Hank has no control over this. He was only the special prosecutor, obviously, how they can keep allowing this behavior, because all it does is tell anyone in that realm, hey, you can do this in any other case, including the Lindsay Clancy case, the Bryan Walsh case. They've already tried to position themselves over this Bryan Walsh case by being like, Michael Proctor, Michael Proctor, Michael Proctor. It's utterly ridiculous. Bryan Walsh, I saw a tweet that somebody reposted yesterday, and it was actually somebody being like, I think now that Bryan Walsh is innocent. It's like, lady. And it's mostly women. This is the sad, like, hello, ladies. Hi. We are super smart creatures. All right. We are very, very smart. Why are you making us look stupid? Why? For the love of God, why? Just why? Why are you guys making us look stupid? Someone, please tell me. Because they found his wife's DNA on a hacksaw, okay? They have him going and buying the stuff. He was already on a GPS monitor, all right? There's a ton of evidence that he cut up and then dumped his wife's body. He is not innocent. All right. By any stretch of the imagination, Bryan Walsh is not innocent. He's definitely not innocent just because Michael Proctor worked on the case. I mean, that's so absurd for anybody to assert. But yet here we are. Here we are. And people are asserting it. And I'm like, God, is there any case you people won't make a mockery out of? It's like, hello, Norfolk County, get your shit together. Get your shit together, because you're also inviting these people to do it all over the state, because you're allowing them to continue to stalk and harass and intimidate witnesses, anybody who supported the witnesses, the family, the victims' families. What in the hell is wrong with you people? Like, enough is enough. 1 o'clock our time, 11 o'clock their time, 1 o'clock our time. So just about a little bit over an hour. I mean, at what point, guys, at what point does a county, right? At what point does a county say, hey, we're going to stop? And this is something I've kept quiet about for a long time. Okay. For a long time, because I wanted the focus to be on the victim in the case, which was John, and the victim's family, and everyone else that was having to deal with this. But I kept quiet about this for a very long time when it came to Norfolk County, and they failed. They failed as a whole. They have failed when it comes to protecting anyone. They have failed. It is their job to make sure that witnesses don't get harassed into oblivion. All right. It is their job. It is their job. Who's going to want to ever be a witness? You know? I mean, we are talking about, you know, juries losing their ever loving minds at this point because I feel like it's a fame thing, you know, for thoughts of fame or paydays, you know, it's sickening. But I also think that the counties, right, where these witnesses are supposed to testify or they're supposed to be, right? Yeah, right? An IQ test. I swear to God, like an IQ test would be a start, that's for sure. But they are using the same playbook everywhere. But if every juror sees a payday, if every juror sees their 15 minutes of fame and a payday, and yet the county doesn't step in when people, the witnesses or the victims' families in this case, are being harassed into oblivion, then what hope does any case have at this rate? At this rate, if Norfolk County keeps sitting on their hands, and again, like I said, I've kept quiet about this for a long time because they're more worried about what it looks like, what the optics are, than actually making sure that the law is distributed evenly when crimes are committed. I'm disgusted by that. That disgusts me. Norfolk County needs to do better. They don't need to be worried about what the optics are or whether a mob of gaggling idiots are going to mob out, okay, if they do something that the mob doesn't like. That is not how law works. Okay? Someone commits a crime, they are charged with said crime, they're put in jail, they get bail or they don't get bail, but it is dealt with appropriately. Decisions on who gets charged and why should never be made because of optics or because a mob might mob out or riot. That's deplorable. That's disgusting. And that's on Norfolk County. They need to do better. They need to do better. Shame on them. No decision should ever be made based on what the optics are. Was a crime committed? Yes. Then that person should be charged. Because make no mistake about it, okay? If any one of us committed a crime like they have, we would be sitting in a jail cell currently. We would have been charged immediately. Especially anyone who has ever been ever arrested even once in their life. You've had a record, so that's like an immediate. Like that's it, done, end of story. They're too worried about what it would look like. Too worried about people arguing First Amendment. The First Amendment is not absolute, my friends. It never has been and never will be. You do not have the right to harass, cyberstalk, or anything else other people. You do not have that right. No one has that right. But as a state, if we keep allowing this, if we keep allowing it, then we're just inviting it. We are inviting this to happen over and over and over again. Why? Just why? For the love of God, why? Also, it is the 2nd of the month. So I have been given, I have been given 10, I think it is. I think it's 10. I think they give me 10 to give away. 10 memberships. Every first of the month, they give me 10. So I'm going to give 5 away right now. Let me see. Where are they? God damn it. Where are they? Why can't I see them? Hello? I'm confused here. Why are they not popping up? They re-up on the first of the month every time, but I'm not seeing them. Confusing. Why not? Let me try it this way. I usually give them away at the beginning of the month because, well, I mean, I get them in the beginning of the month. So Why not? Why not? All right, let me see here. Boop, boop, back up. I don't know why it's like magically not working, but at least on the end over here that I had on. Usually it pops right up there, and every first of the month it redoes itself. So I'm confused as to why it didn't show up right where I saw it. All right, let's see this. Pause myself there. See if this, aha, here we go. I found it. I think. All right, ready? Ready, set, go. All right, sending 5. Let's see, who gets them? Hello, Adam. Chris K gets 1. Haley gets 1. Souls gets 1. Bridget Mitchell gets 1. Lance Sabata gets 1. So that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 of you who have a gifted membership. They only give me 10 to give away every month. They give creators 10 a month. A lot of people don't do it because if you give the 10 away you have, it doesn't really do much for you, like money wise. And then those people don't have to buy one. But I get 10 every month. I'll give them away every month. How you doing, Adam? For sure. And thank you, Jane, obviously, for re-upping your membership. I appreciate you. I know a lot of you got gifted memberships, and it's coming to the, around for when you can, re it up or choose not to have it anymore. And I appreciate those of you that choose to keep it and do that $4 a month option, because on the lowest level, at least we have 4 tiers. I appreciate it. It does help the channel. It helps the algorithm. It helps the channel itself grow. And so I appreciate those of you that continue your memberships after you've been gifted one. I appreciate you, Jane, my friend. Thank you very, very much. That's good. We're happy to see you. I mean, I think that in all of this madness, sorry guys, I need to get rid of this chat. I can't keep watching. Like, this is ridiculous. Over here on the Law and Crime chat. I mean, it's absurdity. I can't make it any bigger right now because it's not technically live, but well, thank you, Smitty. I appreciate you. I thank you guys. So it doesn't tell me when you renew, and but Jane had told me yesterday she did. So I just wanted to throw that thank you out there because it means a lot to me. I'm just a little bitty channel in a big sea of people, and I'm really trying hard to find other ways to grow the channel and grow this amazing community that we started together. And I can't do it without you guys. Obviously, I can't do it without your help. I can't do it without the memberships and the donations. I can't do any of that without all of you, and I appreciate it more than you know. Thank you very much, Smitty. The Innocence Fraud campaign and tainted juries will end up removing live court TV. There will be gag orders put in place, and this will come from the Supreme Court across the nation, in my opinion. I mean, it might be for the best, It might be for the best. It really might. It's unfortunate, but it really might be for the best. Because this can't keep happening. Witnesses being harassed into oblivion, that can't keep happening. And they're not protected. There's no protection for them. When your county throws their hands up and says, we can't do nothing for you. Then what, guys? Then what? Then what happens? When they're too afraid to charge anyone, when they're too afraid to charge anyone, yes, I'll be streaming the hearing live. When they're too afraid to charge anyone because of optics, to me, that speaks volumes. But it might be for the best. Maybe trials shouldn't be, live. Maybe they shouldn't for these reasons. Can't have nice things because, well, this is why we can't have nice things, folks. I'd be more than happy to move my channel over from one that streams some trials to one that just covers, victims and having their families and their supports here on the channel to talk about what we can do to help them, that I wouldn't be mad at that at all. I mean, doing 18 years of advocacy has taught me a lot of things. And it, if you can't stream a trial, you can't stream a trial. It might be in the best interest of justice in this country, because we we have a lot going on here. You know, thank you, Jane. We have a lot going on, and I feel like it has been taken over by not so many smart individuals and people who just want their 5 minutes of fame in a high profile case. And that, you know, even extends in some ways to prosecutions and DA's offices, depending on where you live and what state it is. I'm disappointed in the plea too, Adam, for a numerous reasons. One being that so basically they told the families that they thought would be on board, right? Those families were told. The other families were not. They were sent an email with a letter attached, basically saying, hey, we're going to do this plea deal. The part that really bothers me the most, and people didn't understand this online, they were arguing with me online about it. This is the part they didn't understand. The family got an email Sunday. Okay. Sunday, late Sunday. That's when they got the email. So Sunday, late Sunday into Monday, they're making phone calls, they're emailing, they're trying to figure out what the hell is actually going on. On Monday, they go and have a meeting with the prosecutor's office in Laydow County, right? And they're like, hey, what the hell is going on here? We don't agree with this plea deal. We vehemently don't agree. But if we don't have an option, we would please appreciate if you could at least give us in this deal that he has to give us the who, what, when, where, why, and how, at the very least. Okay. So people are saying, oh, they were told, there was a meeting about it. No, there was not. The meeting that the families had was a standard meeting they usually had, whether it was weekly, monthly, whatever, and they had it on Friday. And it was brought up very nonchalantly, like, oh, well, what about a plea deal? And, the families that disagree were like, absolutely not. We do not agree with the plea deal. The rest of the meeting was spent talking about the upcoming trial. So what in anyone's brain would that mean? Like, oh, well, they were told. That's not them being told. That's them it being brought up as an option and them saying no. And then the prosecution going on to talk about the upcoming trial. If you don't stop it right there and say, well, that's what's going on, or that's what we're working for negotiation wise, then that's not being told. They continued on in that conversation, in that meeting, to talk about an upcoming trial that the prosecution clearly knew probably was not going to happen at that point. That is shady, in my opinion. All right. It is shady. It's not okay. So no, they were not told. That is not being told. That is something that gets brought up. Anybody who's been through, dealing with the prosecutor in any case of their own knows that's always brought up as an option. Usually it's brought up as like a standard protocol of, hey, they might, the judge might ask us to have plea conversations, blah, blah, blah. Or, hey, what about a plea? But there was no long discussion about this at all. Hold on. I want to see what this is. What's this lady doing here? Lady, you're live. Oh, she doesn't even know it. That's hilarious. There's no audio. She doesn't even know she's live. You're welcome. It just really irks me a little. Okay. It irks the hell out of me. They were not, an email. And so people are arguing with me like, oh, yes, they were told. No, they were not told. That is not being told. Okay. That is having a normal standard meeting like they had done. Okay. And it being brought up as an option quickly, right? Very quickly. This wasn't like a whole hour conversation about plea deals. And then they moved on to talking about the upcoming trial. Now, that is not telling a family, hey, we're in the middle of plea negotiations. None of that was brought up to the families. Next thing you know, on Sunday, they get an email with a letter attached, guys. Let's see what she says.
From the Ada County Courthouse in Boise, Idaho. This is where Bryan Koberger, the man accused, he stands accused right now,
yes, we know,
of murdering 4 University of Idaho students. Right. We can't say their names enough. They are Maddie Mogan, Kaylee Gonsalves, Ethan Chapin, and Xana Kernodle. He is expected to change his plea after more than 2.5 years.
All right, this is not stuff that we don't already know. So, it is infuriating. It's infuriating. What's even more infuriating is people not understanding what happened here. To say, well, 2 families can be upset, but they don't speak for all the families. Nobody is saying that they speak for all the families at all. Okay, no one is saying that. So you have 2 families that have accepted that there's a plea deal. Let's make something clear here. It does not mean that two families wanted a plea deal. It means that they have accepted that that is what it is, right? And there are two families that are outraged. And rightly so, because if you're going to make a plea deal, at the very least, especially in such a high profile case with the death penalty involved, it would be semi-standard to say, well, you need to give the what, when, who, where, why if you want to plead guilty and have the death penalty taken off the table. And I don't see why the defense clearly would have agreed to that, because death penalty off the table, you pretty much would agree to anything at that point. So what really bothers me about it is when people are arguing with me and going, they were told. Nuh-uh, they were told. No, they were not told. You are misinformed. You are not being given correct information. And then what they do is they send me like screenshots of the Gonzalez Facebook messages, Facebook statements that they've made. And they're not understanding what they mean. So that's half the problem that we had in the Karen Reed case, where people would show you something and be like, this is what it is, except they don't even understand what they're reading because they have no insight as to what it means. So when someone sends me something and says, oh, well, they did have a meeting. See, this is what the Gonzalez says. No, this was the meeting Monday they had after they were told for them to say, hey, we don't want this. We don't want this. We don't agree with it. So people are like, oh, that's the meeting. No, that's not the meeting. That was after they got the email and the letter attached. That is not being told. That is them after being told, going in and having that meeting. So it's like people have things mixed up. They don't understand what's going on. And then they want to argue. And it's like, if this was your family, okay, it was your family, and the prosecutors on your family's behalf make this deal, okay, but they don't include him having to tell you the who, what, when, where, why, and how, is that not a problem? Because for me, if it's my child, that's a huge problem. How do you take the death penalty off the table? That's a bargaining chip, right? That's usually used as a bargaining chip. That's what the death penalty is usually used for, okay? How do you not, as a bargaining chip, say, all right, we'll take the death penalty off of the table, but your client has to admit to the who, what, when, where, why, and how, on top of admitting guilt? I mean, that's the most basic level of something that you could give these people. But they want it. See, that's the difference. If they didn't want it, cool, fine. But the two families that are okay with the plea deal, okay, fine. They're happy, right? What can you do for the two families that don't want it? At the very least, you could have given them answers that they desperately wanted and need. And if they want the details, they want the details. I would want them. I don't care how grisly they were. I would need to know what happened to my child and why. I would need to know. So I guess that's based on, personal preference. Like, you might not want to know. I would need to know. I would need to freaking know. I get it. I wouldn't want to see those photos, but I would want to hear from him why and how. I would want those answers. That's my child. I would want those answers. And to not even try to get those answers for them. That's the point that I have a problem with. If they didn't want them, then blessings all around. I'm happy if they're happy. But to not give them anything, the families that didn't want this plea deal, you could have given them at least the answers that they seek. And the fact that they didn't, I think, was a huge misstep by this prosecutor. Sometimes there isn't a reason why, but they also don't. Why isn't just the only question they have. How, right? How'd you get in the house? How'd you get out? Concede whether there was someone else involved or you were the only one. They have a list of things that they would like to know, and they realize that they may not get all of the answers to those, but even some of them would have been nice. It's better than absolutely nothing. And I think those families could have been offered, at least putting into the plea deal, which happens all the time, right? Happens all the time where it's put into the plea deal. You have to admit who, what, when, where, why, how. So I just don't understand why they didn't give the most basic of basic on that to the families that didn't agree with the plea deal. You should have middle ground it. If there's two families that are okay with the plea deal, but two that are not, what can you do to help these families who didn't want it heal, right? What could you give them? And in that plea deal, it would have been standard. No, he's not. No, he can be required to say, I plead guilty. But as far as I understand, it is not part of the plea deal that he has to admit to who, what, when, where, why, and how. That the prosecutors did not put that in there. He's required to say he's guilty. No, see, that's allocation is one of those things that has to be agreed upon by the parties. So it's not required in this case. We had word yesterday that allocation was not part of this, that they did not get it, that the prosecutors did not get it. They did not ask for it. Basically, he's going to plead guilty, and that's going to be that. Allocation is something that normally happens. This is why people are so upset, right? The who, what, when, where, why. And that's not happening right now, hence why so many people are upset. You know, I mean, I get it. You knew families weren't going to be happy, but to send them an email attached with the letter is disgusting. Is disgusting. I agree with that, Anna. I 100% agree with that. Like Harmony Montgomery, you know, they offered her dad a deal of sorts to tell us where her remains are, and he didn't. And I think no deal should ever be made until that person gives up where the remains of that person are. You know, I don't think, again, there should be stricter rules requiring these things. It's normal that allocation usually happens, but we have gotten word in this case that is not happening. Exactly. You don't take the death penalty off the table when there are certain things that are unknown, especially someone's remains, where they are, you know. They at least offered that in Harmony's case, you know, and then he went to trial. But I think no deal should ever be made. They don't want to have anything to do with media, and originally they weren't even going to go to trial. They're an upper, you know, middle class family, quiet, private. I understand why it's a circus and this is their son's death, and you know, they're focusing on the other two children, the other two of the three triplets. They just graduated, you know, without their brother, which has got to be really hard. Yeah, and I think Maddie's dad is a little shy, but I think, oh God, don't say that. I hope he doesn't write a book. I hope he doesn't. You know, I don't. I hope not. I really hope not. I think the most basic thing that they could have done is put into this plea deal that he had to give the who, what, when, where, why. You know, like, come on. Like, come on. Is that what it is? Maybe they are religious. I'm not a super religious person. I'm more spiritual. But, you know, people have their own beliefs. And I don't know. Some people probably have learned from other trials. You don't want to be in the middle of a media circus, you know? You don't want to be in this. Look at how many cases recently, you know, have harmed so many families with the media circus that surrounds it. I mean, we're literally watching juries make ridiculous, nonsensical assertions and not actually looking at the evidence. That gives me fear for the future of our country. Okay. Serious fear. I don't understand why it is that we're having to deal with this type of nonsensical BS. And in the back burner goes, you know, the witnesses and the victims' families. Like, we need to do better as a nation. We need to do better, much better. It has always been that, you know, the prosecutor and the defense, if they agree to a plea deal, usually the judge accepts it. Now, like I said, I have seen cases where the judge doesn't feel like it's fair, and the judge will say, I am not accepting this plea deal. I do not think it's fair, but what I will do is X, Y, or Z. I do not think that'll happen here. I think the judge will accept the plea deal, but it's a possibility that maybe, you know, he says maybe the family can get the who, what, when, where, why. It's a possibility. Is it probable? Probably not. Is it possible? Yeah. I mean, well, that's the thing. We're going backwards, right? So it was the cops. It wasn't the prosecutor. It was the cop that was the head lead investigator of the case. He had only been on the force 2 years at the time, and the families had questioned why somebody with that little time, young sort of investigator, only in 2 years, handled the case. I mean, I don't think that someone who's been there 2 years is definitely should be just thrown out the door just because they've only been there 2 years. I think they could have had a lot of really good traits where they're good at looking information, they're good at figuring things out. I don't think necessarily we should go on how long someone has been an investigator or not, because you got to start somewhere, right? Someone's got to start somewhere. It doesn't mean you don't have the skills to do it. But there were some things that the families questioned in the beginning, like why was the coroner speaking with families? Why were certain things? Why was the University of Idaho getting involved in all of this when it was an off-campus isolated incident, as said by the police? Why were they allowed to write a book about it when the families themselves were under this vague sort of gag order sort of thing where they couldn't do that? I think these are good questions that the families had. They're damn good questions about why the university would be allowed to do X, Y, and Z. Because if anybody has profited from this, the university has, that's for sure. They got the house, they knocked down the house, all that land, they still own the land. So it's like, do you put another house up? What do you do with it? I don't know, but the university owns it, and we don't want to go backwards. We want to go forwards, Yeah, one step. That's how, Jack, one step. Conspiracy dog walk? Well, this is exactly why victims don't come forward. And this is also why witnesses don't come forward. Hey, B-Tim, this is why witnesses don't come forward either, guys. There's a reason why people don't come forward. I did send you a link, but I sent you the wrong one first. Yep, there you are. And then I sent you the right one, so my bad.
Has he tweeted yet? No. Okay. Did you?
Not
do you
for another 45 minutes.
Sidebar. But you know what I got on my Twitter feed? That piece of shit Jackson's representing another fucking kid that hit 4 people and killed them.
Yep.
He's like, not guilty, Your Honor.
Like a
Oh,
dumbass.
fuck.
I think he thinks he can recreate the same thing over and over and over. And it's like, God, I can't.
You should get into that case, man. I'm serious. Like, that piece of shit, I feel like he's going to do some shenanigans on that case.
He is going to do shenanigans. And it's literally, my heart sunk. My heart sunk as soon as I saw that. I was like, oh, for the love of God, dude, the victims' families. That's all I could think about.
He should not practice law. He should be gone from the law. He should be disbarred.
And you know how long that's going to take? And he knows it. Years and years and years, if they even do it.
He's like, Your Honor, I just got on this case and I need another 30 days. The case happened in 2023. What are you talking about?
Like, it's not their problem. You just.
And how is it not guilty? Are you going to say it wasn't an accident? It was. It was a conspiracy.
No collision.
No collision, Your Honor. It was no collision.
No collision.
He's going to get Apposado, whatever that piece of shit medical examiner, to come in and lie for him on the stand. Maybe Dr. Russell will say it was dog bites. Maybe Chloe was driving the car. Fucking piece of shit.
Right. So Chloe was driving the car. Chloe was cruising around. It's insane to me, insane. I mean, slimy is definitely one of those words, Yeah, there's been BBO complaints already. But the problem is they have been filed. Numerous of them have been filed. The problem is the BBO works at a snail's pace. Let's make that
realize this, clear. That, when you have a system that judges people who are already like lawyers as well, you're probably not going to get hit and knocked off unless you become unpopular with the law firm lawyers. You know what I mean?
Right. I know. I've seen a lot of people asking that question lately. Like, what happened to Jackson being sanctioned. That the BBO has to do that. And so it is not something that happens like right away after something happens. It goes through an entire process of the things being filed with the BBO, which they have BBO looking over it, collecting evidence, investigating it, which I don't think they do a great job at, to be honest. And then they bring it to a hearing. So that isn't going to happen for quite some time. Nobody has forgotten. There have been, they have had the grievances, the complaints have been filed. It's that the BBO works at a very slow pace. I mean, for Christ's sakes, Bradle is still just dealing with the stuff from like 20 years ago with the BBO now. Okay. So, yes, justice for Chloe.
Yeah. Oh my God. So this guy comes in. I couldn't believe it. I know we're waiting until Mr. Bryan Koberger comes in, and everyone was big. You know what got me really pissed off? I actually ranted on another stream this morning. I ranted about this. I could not, I thought that lady attorney for this fucking piece of shit, Bryan Koberger,
and Taylor
sat there. Yeah. And Taylor sat there and was ready to accuse 4 innocent people of being killers for her murderous client, even though she knew her client was guilty. Isn't that kind of fucked up? You have the Adelphi killer that,
her job. I get it. But at the same time, 4 other innocent people.
Yeah. And then you had like the Adelphi killer. They try to say some other people did it. When is it going to be the case where the court steps in and stops this bullshit where they start making up fucking suspects and then these people gas up social media morons, mouth breeders, to basically do their work for them, to harass them, and then get their little grifting money? It's just, it annoys the shit out of me. I think Ann Taylor is a real piece of shit for that. Actually.
So I actually saw a bunch of idiotic people, cult members, mouth breathers, whatever. People saying to me like, "Oh, what case are you going to cover now? YouTube grifters aren't going to make any money off this." Like, bro, do you guys not realize what I make in general? It's not very much. Okay, if you watch my streams, I read everything I get, which is not a lot. I'm not even covering costs at the moment, so I love that they're like, "Oh, wait, I'm going to cover whatever other cases deserve attention." I don't give a shit whether they plea or don't plea. It's
I don't think the
families want.
I don't think they quite understand that how true crime works is that
they don't.
You cover multiple cases, and yes, some cases become very, very big, and some cases don't get almost no attention. And it's kind of like I talked to Jay for Justice. She has a 100K channel. Sometimes she gets 200 people in her chat for some cases. Some cases she'll get 2,000 people in her chat or more. It depends on the case, and that's how true crime is. It's like you get one case, you get, and once that case ends, that big case, a lot of the audience disappears. Some stay, and you move on to the next case. It's just how it is.
Exactly.
And you learn from the last case, and you move on.
Yep.
It's just how it is.
You move on to the next thing, or the next case that deserves attention or has attention or that's interesting or fascinating or whatever the case may be. It's like that's how true crime works. But I could give a shit less whether this trial happens or doesn't happen. What I care about is, what do the families want? What do they need?
I think you should cover this case Jackson's on. I have a feeling it's going to be kind of interesting because this motherfucker. Here's the article, by the way, if you want to read it. I feel like this guy's going to do some shenanigans. I really do. I think you should really cover this Alan Jackson angle.
23-year-old Fraser Michael Boehm in court for arraignment, which is continued Tuesday morning in Van Nuys criminal courtroom. He's charged with murder, vehicular manslaughter, and multiple other charges stemming from an October 2023 crash that left 4 Pepperdine students dead. Oh, students nonetheless. Attorney Alan Jackson asked the judge to postpone the arraignment given he recently became the attorney. Your Honor, before the entry of a not guilty plea, which is what we expect, obviously, I would ask the court for one continuance of the arraignment. We have just been brought onto the case as of the last 48 hours. Our appeal specialist needs about 30 extra days. He's accused of crashing into several parked vehicles while speeding on Pacific Coast Highway in Malibu on that tragic day in 2023, killing 4 Pepperdine University sorority sisters. The victims were 20-year-old, oh God, I don't want to butcher her name, Nyam Rolston, 21-year-old Peyton Stewart, 21-year-old Asha Weir, and 21-year-old Deslin Williams. They were set to graduate with Pepperdine's class of 2024 and subsequently received their degrees posthumously. The victims' families were in court to see the man accused of killing their loved ones. One's attorney asked for the arraignment to be postponed until August, which the judge granted. He remains free on bail, left the courthouse with family and friends. They declined a request for comment. So I'm guessing that this guy, obviously hiring Michael Jackson,
Is rich.
Alan Jackson, has money. Money. Right?
You know, it's becoming very strange. It's becoming very like the judicial system is becoming transactional. Where if you have, I mean, look at Diddy. Diddy, what did he get? He got trafficking. They got him off on RICO. They got him off on sex trafficking.
Yep.
They got him off on that. Because
you know, transportation for prostitution, the Ban Act.
Yeah. So he'll probably do 2 years.
Yeah, probably nada. Well, he's got time served right now, so
yeah, I'll probably do 2 years, 2.5 years.
He'll probably get out on GPS monitoring, is my guess.
Yeah. So this is the problem here, is that you have a kid who crashed into a parked car and killed 4 people, and he's saying not guilty. What world do we live in that this kid's not guilty? Like, did he just
world
black
Jackson
out?
Is about to literally do the same thing he just did, which he's done in other cases, mind you, Spacey being one of them, and use social media as a catalyst, as he already has this ridiculous following of people, as a catalyst to try to get this kid off. I mean, clearly, these people have money, right?
Yeah, probably.
Yeah.
If you're
they distracted him, and that's how he crashed. That's literally what's going to happen. Is they're going to blame everybody but him. It's really gross. Thank you, Jack, for your super sticker. I appreciate it, my friend. It really disgusts me. Okay?
Yeah. So it's just, and then like Bryan Koberger pisses me off too, because you got this lady, you know, Ann Taylor, sitting there. She's about to accuse 4 innocent people of being murderers. You got every whack job on the internet doing hearts. I mean, I seen that crime circus guy, the clown. He did hearts for her and said Bryan Koberger's innocent, and she knows she's gonna reveal the conspiracy. You got Lana from Truth and Transparency saying it's the cartels and the sororities are connected. And
what the hell is wrong with Truth and Transparency? Like, what happened there? Like, what in the actual hell?
The lady's crazy. The lady has sued. She's done like 20 fucking lawsuits, protective orders. She's back. You ever see her protective order hearing? It was a joke. No. She spent 5 days in a protective order hearing.
What?
It was great with the judge. She was talking over the judge. The judge was like letting this lady just act like a complete fool. The lady is batshit crazy. Lana, Truth and Transparency, is batshit crazy. She actually is on parole, I think, for sexual harassment or something like that. I think she did some fucked up things.
I literally can't. What bothers me the most is, and not just the justice system, because as we can see, it's like literally falling apart right in front of our eyes. But the fact that we have something that breeds these law tubers to be able to lie when it benefits them in cases, and because they brought their mouth breather conspiracy theorists, right? That's their audience now. So that audience is going to, at least most of them, are going to follow them and have that same energy of conspiracy theory, nonsensical, non-critical thinking BS to every case they cover.
Are the free Karen Reed people going to say the kid that crashed his car and killed 4 people, he was set up? Yep. You know, like, people need to realize that the court system is becoming transactional, that these people are just paying off to get the fucking, just pay off your lawyer and get the best lawyer and the best defense attorney, and you can get off. You can get off. Who cares if you murder multiple people? It's just ridiculous.
It's ridiculous. It's sad. And it's like, at what point? I mean, if that was me or you, we'd be in jail right now. No ifs, ands,
bro. We would. This kid is off on no bond.
That's my point. You killed 4 people and you're out on bond. There is no chance, even in my state, no chance that I would be out on bond in that. Karen being out was amazing to me. No one gets, you're a danger to yourself and others, so you're sitting there. Like,
bro, I couldn't believe that. And then, like, I heard Jackson's going on the Sewer Turtles fucking channel.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. And what I really hope happens is he takes a massive shit on his face and he goes, yeah, I'm on your channel and I came here to say, if you ever try to blackmail one of my clients again, we will sue you into oblivion.
Now, I think what's going to happen, I think, Alan Jackson's covering bases, trying to keep him a little happy.
He's trying to keep him happy so he doesn't flip on his client.
Mm-hmm.
That's exactly it. Because he could do a lot of damage if she gets charged with like witness intimidation if he opens his mouth and tries to make a deal. And he knows that. Jackson knows that. So because he's so sad about nobody giving him interviews, they had to cave at some point and be like, Karen was like, I'm not doing it. I don't want anything to do with him. And Jackson was like, I'll take the heat. I'll do it. Just a few minutes, but I'll keep him happy.
You know, how do you claim to be innocent? How do you claim to be innocent when you literally have a video like of you fucking, like you literally have the car, they literally saw you do it, and you killed 4 people?
It's nutty to me. It's nutty. Why would you to me, it's the same playbook. Use your brain here, people, and watch the same playbook happen again. This will happen again. I will cover in the next hearing, but in that case, and I will tell you that he's going to play the same ridiculous playbook he just played in this case. Make no mistake about it. And I think the only hope left for these families that they get some sort of justice is with that vile piece of human oxygen stealing crap goes to prison where he belongs, because he helped pump up the mouth breathers, right? He needs to sit in prison for not just pumping up the mouth breathers, but the criminal harassment, the blackmail, the cyber stalking, all of the crimes that he has continued to commit, yet Norfolk County has not charged him with yet for some odd, weird reason. He needs to sit in prison for that. And at least that would give the families some bit of justice in this whole shitstorm. You know, the whole shitstorm. Oh, yeah. It is mostly theater, especially when they know that the cameras are there. You can tell, you can see it. You know, it's a game. It's a theater. It's a game. You know, we have about a half an hour until the hearing itself starts. Anyway.
Can I share my screen for a moment?
Of course you can.
Okay, because we're talking about that bomb case a little bit. I need to talk about. So this is how Alan Jackson's going to defend this piece of shit. This piece of shit. And there's already trolls in the Facebook group saying he's a great lawyer. He's going to get him off. Okay, but listen to this.
To the charges, while his attorney claims he was a victim of road rage. Fox 11's Hal Eisen more on these new details for us tonight. Hal?
The 22-year-old Michael Frazier, or rather Frazier Bohm, has been charged with this terrible Malibu crash, but in an unexpected twist, his attorney says there was another driver. Off to the right, that's Frazier Bohm. Immediately after he allegedly lost control of his BMW, hit several cars, and struck 4 Pepperdine University students, killing them the night of October 17th. District Attorney George Gascon says Bohm was speeding
at speeds of 104 miles an hour on a 45-mile-an-hour zone on PCH when he lost control of his BMW.
And killed 21-year-old Deslin Williams, 21-year-old Asha Weir, 20-year-old Neve Ralston, and 21-year-old Peyton Stewart.
We're charging Fraser Michael Bohm of Malibu with 4 counts of murder and 4 counts of gross vehicular manslaughter.
Mr. Bohm, sir, you have a right to have a preliminary hearing, sir.
About the speed at which he is alleged to have traveled, the deputy DA in court said,
You can't navigate at 104 miles an hour. So when you are choosing to drive at that speed in what is essentially a residential area, it's not an accident, it's an inevitability. Another car.
Definitely not an accident.
Defense attorney Michael Kraut told the court and then us that there was another driver involved that night in what he described as a road rage incident.
That started at Duke's, that this person chased him and tried to push him off the side of the road. And when he accelerated to get away from him, that's when the accident occurred.
Kraut says his office has unsuccessfully tried multiple times to reach out to detectives to say he has evidence to provide. And on another point.
Oh, sounds familiar. A mysterious individual.
Magical person that didn't exist. And so he needed to accelerate at 104 miles an hour to get away.
A mysterious person that will have evidence to exonerate his client and the road rage while this motherfucker's going 104 miles an hour on a 45-mile-an-hour residential zone.
I could believe that. I could believe that he was probably drag racing with someone else and they probably use that other person as a scapegoat, as the road rage incident person. I could believe that.
So congratulations, and let's listen to more of this. It's just mirrors what the fuck's gonna happen.
Yep. Bohm was allegedly texting.
He actually specifically said he doesn't know if he was texting because he knows he was texting at Dukes at the stoplight, which is okay to text at a stoplight.
And that's
Oh, he was texting, but
No,
he
it's
was not
not.
a stoplight.
It's not
He was
okay to stop at a text. It's not okay to text at a. If you have the car in drive, it's not okay. It's not okay.
unfucking believable.
as crowd as when the other driver was yelling at him.
And bullying him.
Bullying
this
him.
person, according to a distant family member, has a history of exceptionally erratic behavior in the car when
Was
he
it
doesn't like
Proctor?
somebody else is driving.
Right? Is that what we're
Frazier
blaming on?
Bohm is being held on $4 million bail. If convicted, he could face the possibility of multiple.
Oh, okay. So yeah, you know, Jackson's coming in. This guy's saying a third party, another person forced him to run 104 miles an hour in a residential zone. I mean, where kids cross the street and kids could be around, but you know, 4 young girls, young women lost their
I'm
lives. They're dead.
disgusted. Like, I'm just utterly disgusted right now because this is exactly, he needs 30 days. Yep, he needs 30 days to, you know, get his shit together and think about who he's going to hire on this case for his social media campaign. Which one of the dozens of grifting YouTubers that he had on the Karen case can he pick for this specific one? Who can pump out the most misinformation in a crowd of people who already believe any conspiracy they feed him anyway?
Bro,
And
like,
Lisa's right. What happened to ever taking some goddamn responsibility? It's infuriating. It's infuriating for someone like me who gives an actual shit about victims. There's a reason that I have done advocacy for so long as a volunteer advocate. I don't get paid for that shit, dude. Why? Because A, I like helping people. B, I have the knowledge to navigate the system and help people at the same time. And 3, no one should ever be alone. They should never, ever have to deal with something so hard by themselves. They should feel like they are supported and they have somewhere to turn, even if it's just someone they need to talk to and just scream into the void, and that person will listen. You know, it's infuriating. It is freaking infuriating.
Oh, but no, actually, they're going to claim, because I've heard it, there's a possibility the police released a video of the incident or something like that. So they are going to go after the cops in this case. Like, they're going to do the same thing. It's going to be the same thing.
I mean, I really hope that the victims' families are ready for what is about to explode.
You know, this is why I say, like, what about the motherfucking victims? I always say this. What
no one seems to care about them. That's the thing that irks me the most. I was actually last night on the phone with my friend Tracy, talking to her about, you know, different things, and she was saying to me, like, maybe you should start trying to cover. She's like, I would love to hear about, like, after trials, like what happened to the victims, what happened to the families, like what happened to them.
That's a good idea.
We were talking about stuff like that, and immediately something about water came up, and immediately Stacy Peterson popped into my head, and her sister Cassie, and I know that her sister is still raising money to try to get the underwater cameras for her divers that they specifically need, because they think they know where her sister's body is. They have a picture of the mandible, but it keeps getting pushed down river before they can get a good enough photo for the cops to actually take it seriously, because the cops will go and do like a blind dive like 2 months afterwards, and now the current has pushed the body, right? And so this, at least her raising the money, she'll be able to pinpoint exactly, and they'll be able to put like almost like a buoy thing exactly where it is, and then the cops would be able to actually come out and dive in that exact spot. And so, you know, she started this fundraiser a year ago, and it's only at, I think, 7,800 out of 20 or something like that. And I'm like, what can we do to help? You know, like, what can we do to help? Share her GoFundMe, like have her on, do something, because that her sister deserves to come home. How long has that case been?
Yeah, I just
went
couldn't.
missing in 2007.
I just can't believe where it's like, you know, this guy's going to do it again. He's going to do it again to other. There's 4 fucking families that this guy's going to try to just take away justice from because his client's rich enough. And that, to me, honestly, you know, if there's a hell, Alan Jackson deserves to go to hell. Yeah. Like, honestly, he really does.
Part that bothers me. Anybody in my position would have probably given up on their YouTube channel by now. When you're not, you know, making and you're losing, you had given up. But I refuse to give up for one reason and one reason only, because there's not many people, especially on YouTube, that are sticking up for victims. They just don't give a shit. They don't care about the families. They don't care about the witnesses. They don't care about the victims. They care about the salaciousness of the story, and that's it. And that's sad, because who the fuck is supposed to be there for the victims? Who is supposed to be there for them? They're not just a tool to be used for fame and fortune. They're humans. This is their lives. It's not a story to them. It is their life. It is their actual real life that they're living in hell on a daily basis. Who the hell is there for them? And I refuse to not be one of those places that we are there for them. Whatever it is that they need, we are here. It's just really sad. That's another problem. The DAs don't work for the victims. And that's another problem that needs to be solved within our justice system, which is that the DAs, they care more about, and unless you get someone special, I can't say all DAs, but most of the time it's really about conviction rates and what you can and can't do. And that's for both sides. But I mean, unless you get real lucky and you have someone like Hank Brennan that has that deep fire passion in them,
by the way,
cares about people, you're ultimately, they don't care.
Yeah, he's taken on that bomb case what we just talked about. He's taken on another case where the guy who ran 104 miles an hour in a 45-mile-per-hour residential zone is claiming that a mysterious road rage individual was chasing him and forced him to go 104 miles an hour to crash and kill four 20-year-olds. And he's also going to be claiming probably the cops did something wrong with the investigation and they should investigate the other things. And his client's perfectly innocent. So, yeah. And he's got a mysterious tip from a mysterious cop. Mm-hmm. So I'm all the same playbooks. I'm sure he's probably going to contact the local grifting YouTuber to help him out.
Yeah. I mean, I think I will, Smitty. I probably will cover this case because at least I know what he's going to fucking do and how it's going to come. And maybe the victims will at least have a heads up on how to navigate it.
Yeah, I would probably contact. I would see if you can be like, just start putting awareness for this case, because that motherfucker is going to try the same thing. 30 days.
Part of the problem is that I'm not a 100,000 subscriber YouTube channel. So, people tend to be like, oh, well, you're not really big enough to have, you know what I mean? To have that much attention on it. But it's like,
well,
you start somewhere.
You got to start somewhere. But
and number two, I implore you to find someone else who actually gives a shit about victims. Good luck with that.
Yeah. Another thing, let's just for the Koberger case, I think like with this case particularly, do you think that the reason why they are like accepting like the DA is not just like going forward with this, it's because they're afraid of trying this case a little bit? Like
I think so. I think that's part of it. Yeah, thank you, Shannon, for that information. So she's saying that it's confirmed that they found the dog hair in his apartment. For Koberger.
Yeah. Oh shit.
Yeah.
Oh, he's fucked.
Yeah.
That's why
he's taking the deal anyway. But it's like, I think part of it was that they are afraid that it could turn into a Karen Reed situation. And I mean, even I had said to the Gonsalves family personally, like, listen, I have a real bad feeling. That some of these people are coming right for this case, and they may do the same thing that they did in the Karen Reed case. And lo and behold,
they were
after it was announced that the deal was happening, good old Sewer Turtle came out and was like, oh, goddamn, that was going to be the first case that I was going to do that wasn't Karen Reed. You're not a true crime channel. You're not. Less about victims. Why would you be covering another case?
Yeah,
that
like,
has to do with true crime. You're not a true crime channel.
You are a true crime. That is true. He is a true. He is a true crime.
True felon. Yeah, sure. Like,
he is a true crime case, not a true crimer.
That's exactly it.
I can agree with that. The guy is like a slime ball. They only look for like cases that they can like
money
exploit, like this. The Bryan Koberger case. I remember I talked about a bunch of my friends when it first started, when it first was announced. Okay, not like just jumping on because it became popular.
Dude, it's just sad. It was sad. There's 4 young people. I remember first hearing about this, and it was on the news, and I just welled up in tears because my kid was only a couple years from being in college, and my immediate thought to that was, that could be my child. That could have been my child. And so I just started crying. Like, this is awful, just awful, Yeah. And it's not because it was salacious and it wasn't popular at that point. It was really because it's sad. It's very sad.
I think because the plea deal is the best thing, because I think the plea deal, Gonzalez
depends.
really, if you want, Gonzalez wants is kind of like me, where I would want this
Xana's
motherfucker.
family disagrees with it as well. So
yeah.
it's 2 and 2 right now.
I'm just gonna say Gonzalez is kind of like me, where I would want this guy dead. I would want the firing squad, and I perfectly agree with it. I mean, seeing this guy, the thing is Gonzalez is thinking to himself, this guy still lives. He gets to sleep in a bed. He gets to have 3 meals a day. He gets to watch television once in a while, watch something. He gets to have something while his daughter is gone. They're just gone. They're just gone.
That's the sad part, and that it's, the plea deal, I think, is for various reasons, but I think at the most basic level of it, what they could have given the 2 families that didn't agree with the plea deal was the concessions that they begged for on Monday, which were, please put in the plea deal that he has to give the who, what, when, where, and why, because otherwise these are answers that are left unknown. And it's almost not standard, but it happens a lot in cases like this where that is part of it. That's part of it.
Well, you have to, because
the death penalty off the table, that should be the very least that you give these families.
Well, you have to, because, it is kind of, I would believe that they would have to do that so that they would have a complete record. So that you can't just say, well, I didn't do it. I just took this deal because of, I was forced to, because no, we want to know the who, what, and where. You tell us who, the what, where now. This bullshit, if he just goes there as guilty and doesn't give any answers, to me, it's like, that's a very hollow victory. And that's not something.
And I think that's part of what the families have a problem with. And I mean, I would too. I would want to know. Yeah, the family requested it Monday, and as far as I understand, they did not grant it. They basically told the families to get the fuck on board, or oh well. And that's half the problem is that they haven't been treated very nicely. And I think it's because they've pushed back on certain things. And I explained this to you guys the other day. Listen, I've been doing volunteer advocacy for a long time. Government entities don't tend to love you when you put them in their place. If they're breaking the law, if they're making policies that are outside of the law, and then they're lying to people, and you come in as the advocate and you're like, hey, you told my client this, this, and this, but realistically, this is against the law, and this policy of yours is trying to circumvent the law, which you cannot do. That you're saying is a policy. Also, I would like it in writing. Where is that policy written? Because oftentimes they'll just say it's a policy when it's not actually a policy, and they'll just lie. And those government entities don't tend to love you once you push back on them and are like, hey, what you just did is illegal and you're going to need to reverse course here. And so when they're forced to actually have to be held accountable, you're the enemy. You're the bad person. It's not them that are doing something wrong. It's the person who asserted the rights of someone or pushed back on them that they do not like. They do not like being told what to do. They do not like, they think they can just do whatever they want. And I'm talking any government entity, whatever they want, because they're the government. And how dare you, or anyone else for that matter, question them or put them in their place. And the families at some points did exactly that, questioned some things and said, hey, wait a second, this is not how this is supposed, why is this happening? And of course that put them in territory of adversary instead of victim family. And that's not fair. That's not fair.
Yeah. I just, you know what I mean? Like, this is the thing, is like the people are more concerned about the murderers and the criminals than the actual victims. And that, and this guy, if he just says, I want the full story. I want him to sit there and tell everyone what he did. And so that some people get closure.
Families want that.
And you know what I also want? I want, these grifting YouTubers to apologize to the families and friends of the victims that they harassed for over 2 years.
I would love that. I would freaking love that for them, for all of them, including the surviving roommates, because they dealt with a lot, like a lot of just speculation, just pure speculation. Like, come on,
Absolutely. It's just nasty.
This is cray cray. Like, I mean, that's the part I think that irks me the most, which is that everyone just assumes anybody on YouTube just is only there for money. And of course, I've said this a million times. I'm not saying that creators shouldn't make money. Of course they should. It is their job. They absolutely should. It is when you start lying for that it becomes a problem. It's when you start doing things that are out of your own character, or saying things to not be true just to keep your chat happy. I might not say things that are always popular, but I always believe in what the hell I'm talking about.
Yeah.
I'll tell you that much.
Anyway, I got to skedaddle. I got a 1 o'clock. You guys, you have a good one.
Thanks, B. Tim. Appreciate you, my friend.
No problem. You have a good one. Bye.
You too. Also, do me a favor, guys. This is about to start real soon. So if you already haven't, please hit the like button. I would appreciate that. If you would like to donate to the stream and help the channel, because I only rely on donations from you guys to keep us rolling, and we could use the help lately. You can do so one of a bunch of different ways. We have the donation link. It's in chat right now. You can click on it. That link is also on the main part of my YouTube page. Also, we have things that are on the screen right now, like Venmo, Cash App, PayPal. We have Revolut for those of you who are out of country. And we also have things like memberships and super chats and super stickers. These ones are obviously the best options: your Venmo, your Cash App, your PayPal, your Revolut, because those ones go directly to me without going through YouTube and doing all that stuff. I appreciate you guys. I appreciate your help. As you guys know, I cannot do it alone. It's funny enough because my daughter has a shepherd, a German shepherd, a husky, and a doodle. Doodle's black, though. It's not a golden doodle. It's a black doodle. His name is Phantom, and he's a good boy. He's a good boy. But yes, they leave hair everywhere. My daughter's husky has 2 different color eyes, and she picked her when she was a baby, just a baby. She was a puppy at the time. And we could not afford a $60,000 fully trained service animal. So we got Aurora as a puppy. My daughter picked her because she had 2 different color eyes. And my daughter said, I said, why that one? And she said, Mommy, because she's different like me. And so my daughter must have been maybe 10 or 12. She had been blind. She was blind in one eye at the time, but still not blind in the other one. She's now blind in both from her disease. But at the time, she was only blind in one eye. And even with all of her physical pain, she trained that dog from puppy to now as her service animal all by herself. And that dog picks things up, opens doors, closes doors. Like the dog will literally bark if your blood pressure drops. My daughter did her research and hunkered down and has trained her service dogs now, more than one now, on her own, because now she's gone completely blind. So she needed a seeing eye dog. And so, but she has trained her own dogs herself from the time she was a kid. Now she's 20. Even in all the physical pain she's in. And she did it on her own. And that's called perseverance, my friends. You figure out how to do it and you do it, because 30 or 60 grand, even 10 grand would have been off the table for, paying for a fully trained service dog. So she did it herself. And the husky is probably one of the smartest animals I have ever met, along with the German shepherd. His name is Maui. He is a big baby. He's a big boy. He thinks he's a lap dog, and he's a big boy. But he's such a big baby and such a lovey bug. But they do leave a lot of hair. I'll tell you that much. You got to have lint rollers, my friends, especially if you have like black shirts. The husky has white hairs and leaves it everywhere. Otherwise, it's like black hair from the golden doodle and the German shepherd. I have a friend who has a husky German shepherd mix. And I'm like, that's an interesting mix. My daughter has one of each, one German shepherd, one husky. I mean, that's insane. That's nutty right now. That is nutty. How at this point do you say that? He's taking a guilty plea deal for 4 life sentences. How do you say he's innocent? I mean, that's absurd. We don't know what connection he had to all 4 of them at this. I hope that we find out. This is part of the reason why the families have questions that they want answered. They want those questions answered, and I cannot blame them. He definitely was stalking someone in the house, or all of them. I don't know if there was one main target or all of them were a target, but as we know, he was definitely stalking that house. She named them after Disney. Okay. She named each one of her dogs are named after a Disney movie because she loves Disney. When she was 6, she got her Make-A-Wish from the Make-A-Wish Foundation, and it was a trip to Disney. She absolutely loves Disney. So, I mean, sounds like they're not going to give up easily, but hey, I have no idea. I don't watch her. I mean, I wanted to like her, but after her coverage of Karen, it's hard for me to trust any of those people that sat there and said things I know that they know are not true. You know, I know that they know that it's not true. You know, oh, you mean you don't claim him, freak? I actually have my bone conductor headphones that you got me right here because I didn't charge these ones fully. So I'm like, I'm probably going to need these at some point during the stream and I'm going to have to switch. So they're all charged up and ready to go. Me too, Jackie. Literally, it scares the shit out of me. I kid you not when I say that, you know? I'll have to check that out, Liz. Thank you. Oh, happy birthday, Jethro. You big fur baby. You big fur baby. Yeah, now it's no joke, right? Now it's not even just a minor problem. Now it's a large problem. I've never met one up until my friend's dog. It is an interesting mix, though, I'll tell you that much. Well, that's it, right? Reporting only on what the money brings in, you know? Sad, but at the same time, there are so many cases that deserve attention. So many. I mean, I can't even pick from them all. You know? There's so many. You know, it's really sad because they made a shit ton of money. They made a shit ton of money on that case. Make no mistake about that. Those of us that knew that the conspiracy was a farce, we knew that that was going to come at a price of not making money on our channels. And it absolutely has. It absolutely has. It has made the struggle harder times 10. I feel like I work against myself sometimes because I refuse to do certain things. Like you guys know, I won't just take comments or questions that are super chats. So because I don't do that, I shoot myself in the foot because that's, you know, it's a tactic to make a little more money to grow your channel. And I don't do that. I feel like it's sneaky. I feel like most of you have a lot of really important and smart things to say. And I think it's a mistake for creators to sort of push out their viewers. And especially when you're doing live streams. It's one thing if you're doing long form videos where you're not actively live, but engaging with your audience is something that you should be doing if you're a live streamer and you do live streams and you're not just doing long form videos. Your audience has some really smart, important life experience, professional experience that they can bring to the table. They have great questions, great insights. Some people will pick out things that I don't even see. And I value that as a creator for my channel. And I think a lot of creators are really missing out on interacting with their audiences because they don't interact the way they should, you know? Sad, but true. I think I heard that too, that it was Maddie. I hope that we get these answers. You know, at least the family, I hope that they get some answers. I don't have to get any answers as long as the family gets the answers that they want and that they need, you know? Yeah, I've heard his name's Scott, right, Anna? His name's Scott, I believe. No, he's like, it's too hot out. Remember, folks, when you're walking your dogs, if the concrete is like 80 degrees, it's like 100 and something for your doggy's paws. Keep them nice and cool, my friends. You know? Yeah, that's another thing. The nastiness is a little much, you know? I mean, I know I can drop a couple F-bombs and whatnot, but I attempt not to unless something really bothers me. And then I'm like, what the actual, you know? But hey, it is what it is. It is what it is. Well, that's the thing, though. Hank wasn't shady, and so that really pissed me off. And they're like, oh, Hank, what did Hank do that was ever shady? Any mistake he actually made, he actually was like, oh, that my bad. It's called taking accountability or responsibility, something that most of these people wouldn't know. Yeah, well, she worked with Alan Jackson at one point in the prosecutor's office when he worked there in LA. That's why. Yes, as far as we know, yeah, he did go right up to where her room was. Yeah, I know it was, I don't know his last name, but I knew it was Scott. Mind your business, lady. Mind your business. It's like, what are you feeding them? Mind your business. I feed them well. They're my fur babies. Yeah, Kaylee had moved all her stuff out and she was just visiting for the weekend. She was getting ready to, I believe, to move to Texas. You know? Oh, he only walks in the grass. You know why? It's a deflection method. And part of it for me is I don't think in any other scenario have I ever seen the amount of people like actively telling on themselves, but by doing it in a way where they accuse other people of doing what they're doing, as I did in Karen's case. Because all of these people were actively accusing people of doing the exact thing that they were currently doing. So it's like the deflection was amazing to me. I've never seen anything like it before. I kid you not when I say, and I've said this privately to about 1 million people, so they can all tell you I've been saying this for years, 2 years at least when it comes to this case, is that the amount of telling on themselves, dry snitching by accusing other people of doing it, you can almost bet that anything they were accusing other people of doing is something that they were actively doing or are actively doing, is amazing to me, especially with all the private knowledge that I had of certain things. It was sick because the people they're accusing of doing things weren't doing anything wrong. So it's like they couldn't help the inside way that they felt about what they were doing. So they decided, hey, I'm going to blame someone else because this feels icky inside. It's a subconscious thing to blame other people for something that you're doing. But I have never seen that level of it in my entire life. You know, the projection is real. Like the projection is real. I mean, they learned that from the sewer turtle himself. That's his favorite thing to do is project onto others the exact thing that he's currently doing. And he's a creature of habit. It's a force of habit with him. You know, he has patterns, very real and predictable patterns at this point. Most people can point them out a mile away with him, unfortunately. Well, that's the thing. She should have never allowed it. There was no evidence. They did not meet the burden for a third-party culprit, in my opinion, in any way, shape, or form, or even a Bowden defense, in my opinion. They did not meet the burden for those, especially not third party. Absolutely not third party. They did not meet a burden of accusing other people of doing something wrong. And at least Judge Hippler in this case slapped that down real quick and was like, there is no evidence that anybody else committed those crimes. We are not allowing you to do a third party culprit. He saw it coming from a mile away. He knew that Ann Taylor was attempting in Alan Jackson. That's what happened. She started to attempt in Alan Jackson and got shut down and realized, well, what other defense do we have at this point? They have no other defense. The only reason why they probably entertained a plea deal, the defense, you know? Me either, Jackie. Me either. But I think it's also hurts more because I know some of the people now involved. Like, you know, people keep attacking Chris's pizza shop at D&E. Chris has helped the community in more ways than one. He's done so much for people in that area, and it really hurts to see people shit on him. He's probably one of the nicest people on planet Earth. His family are decent, kind people. You know, I'm also friends with his brother's wife, and she's like family to me, literally. Like I would, if she called me right now and said, I need you to do X, Y, and Z, I absolutely would because she's an amazing person. She's an amazing mom. She's a good friend, a good spouse. You know, these people are just everyday, normal citizens. And as a matter of fact, some of them are even better than that. They think of others and not just themselves. And selfishness is one of my biggest pet peeves because I'd give you the shirt off my back if you needed it, even if I needed it myself. Because again, I'm not a rich family. I am living paycheck to paycheck. I'm low income and I would help anybody that needed my help. Even if I need it myself, I will split with you what I also need. And these people are the same way. They would give you the shirts off of their backs to help you. And that's the part that really hurts me the most is they're still being harassed. They're still being harassed. You know, why? The judge should have put a stop to some of this shit a long time ago, but it's also on Norfolk County for not stopping this and charging people as they should have. You know, it's ridiculous. It's ridiculous. You know, it's unfortunate, Eva, because I attempt to put myself in the shoes of the victims because I'm a survivor of many things. But crime is one of them. And, you know, they have yet to bring my friend Mickey home. We don't know where his remains are. I hope one day that they can bring him home, but I know what goes along with an investigation like that and what the cops don't tell you, what the DAs won't tell you, what kind of pushback you get from the DA's office and the police and how uncooperative they are of really telling you much of anything as a family member or a friend, you know, dealing with something like this. I think what I'm most disappointed with is that people are allowed to keep harassing people into oblivion without any charges. That is a problem, you know? I have no idea. It's a good question. I mean, the fact that you would think that it's okay to go pull down the street where Peggy O'Keefe and those kids, those minor children live, where they've lost three goddamn parents, is utterly disgraceful. And you cannot blame it on mental health, because I saw a lot of people being like, oh, well, she's mentally ill. She was doing it all over Canton. Well, she was cognizant enough to drive there, to stop her car, to put it in park, to get out of the car, to run back towards the house, to do the dance, to stand there, to move over when a car came. So clearly she was cognizant enough to know exactly what the hell she was doing. You're not blaming it on mental health. Listen, I have CPTSD and I worked in a prison for the criminally insane. You do not get to use mental health as an excuse for everything. That is not the way it works. She clearly knew exactly what the hell she was doing. You don't just get to say, oh, well, she's mentally ill. Not the way it works. Sorry. You guys don't want to claim her? You're embarrassed of that? You're embarrassed of that, FKR, but you're not embarrassed of your dear leader that literally just went on a podcast with some woman who I hope she feels ashamed for having him on, get on there, and said that the O'Keefes don't deserve justice. That they're basically pieces of crap because, well, they're not looking for the real killers. Karen is the real killer. Why would they be looking for someone that's right in front of them? So they're pieces of crap and they don't deserve justice because the sewer turtle said so. I mean, how utterly disgraceful. You're embarrassed by the lady doing the dance, but that doesn't embarrass you? That doesn't shame you enough? That man and his deplorable behavior doesn't shame you enough to be like, we don't claim him? I mean, come on, stop it. It's hypocritical, because if he did that dance, they'd all be clapping and laughing and saying how funny it was. So make no mistake about it. What he did outside of Chris Albert's pizza shop, oh, they clapped and it was funny like idiot seals. Ha ha ha, funny, funny. So if he was the one who had done it, it would have been a whole different story though, right? Come on, stop it. I got my vape. I got my vape. You know, let's hope so, Jess. Let's hope so. It's 1:04 though. So, I mean, hey, I don't know. Court will resume shortly. I'll check another channel real quick just to make sure. Okay. Where is it, man? News Nation, I think, is going to have it too. Looks like they have nothing either. Bryan is in line outside waiting to get in. So, hold on. All right. You know, there's a lot of things that should happen. You know, there's a lot of things that should friggin' happen. You know, they can't, because people won't leave them alone. That's half the problem. People will not leave them alone. Still, they have now felt even more emboldened to harass, intimidate, threaten. Where the hell is Norfolk County in all this? Where? Yeah, the fact that they pretended she was like an outlier of what FKR stands for when this is what the shit they do every day is amazing to me. She's exactly. And the same people that stalk the witnesses currently, the judge, the witnesses, Hank Brennan, anyone else involved in any of this. Right? You know what I mean? Like, to use that as an excuse, oh, she's mentally ill. I'm sorry, but that's absurd. You know? It's absurd. She knew exactly what the hell she was doing. She wanted a pat on the back. That's what she wanted. She wanted the clown show to be like, ah, ha, ha, hilarious. Look what you did. You know, come on. July 7th, I believe. Yes, I believe it's, and yes, I will be covering it. What are they saying? What are they saying? I'm working on it, guys. I'm working on it. Let me hold on. Chain smoking. Sorry, I heard my phone go off a couple times. I just want to make sure. Let's see. Interesting. I always have to check, especially when I hear my phone going off, 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 off. Sometimes it's, incoming information. So I do have a donation of $20. And I'm not going to read the name because I've not seen it before now. And I don't want to, I don't know the screen name, but it says, "We appreciate you," with praying hands. I appreciate you. Thank you so much for your donation. I like to keep you guys' names private if I can. I usually only read your screen names if you guys put them in the thing for PayPal. So I appreciate you. Thank you so much for your $20 donation. That's the first one of the stream, as a matter of fact, other than Jack's super sticker, which we love. I love the super stickers. Also, remember, soon a lot of you guys got as a matter of fact, let me do a couple more. I'll do the last 5 memberships that I have to give. Again, on the first of the month, they give me 10 free memberships I can give away. It doesn't help me, but it helps you guys. So I'm going to give the last 5 away. I gave 5 away earlier, and it only lets me do them in 5s. So let me give these 5 and see what happens. All right, let's see. It says, here they go. Stitching with the Sisterlies gets one. He's recently voiced. Yeah, of course, someone like that would follow. Laura, Steve Moore, JP, 5. Okay. Well, what's sad is when you have people that start following you that are actually not like followers of the channel themselves. They're just like hate followers. So there goes the other 5 I have. Hopefully someone else gifts some in a couple days, Jess, and you'll get another. But make sure, I know that some people's will be coming due where you either choose to keep it that were gifted or you don't. We have, 4 different tiers of memberships on the channel. The lowest one is $4 a month. So I appreciate those of you that renewed yours. I appreciate you more than you know. It's definitely helpful to the channel when you renew your membership and help support the channel in that way. And we appreciate those of you that continued your membership on after you were gifted one. Girl, you don't gotta tell me. I totally get it. I totally understand it. Right? The bushes just got shookened. Don't get me shookened. That's what my daughter says. Shookened. That's what they got shookened. Mommy, it got shookened. You love when kids say things that don't make sense, but they're totally cute. He's got shookened. Girl, I get it. Believe you me, I get it. My kids love doing that to me. It's like torture. Like, hey, Mom, I brought 5 friends over for dinner, especially when you have, adult children over 18 or teens. I have both. And all girls. So, God likes to torture me considering I have 3 daughters. But yeah. Oh, poor kid. I had a friend's house that lived across the street from my house when I was a kid, and I used to go there to escape the nonsense. And I'm glad that I had it as an escape. I'll tell you that much from being there. So I probably get why she's been there so much. She probably doesn't want to go home. She lives with aunt and uncle, so it's probably uncomfortable for her. It is funny though. It is wicked funny, DJ. I agree. I agree. I agree. Well, it's what they do, but also at the same time, just because they're members doesn't mean they can't get booted. They can get booted. You know what I mean? Just because they got a gifted membership, if they come to troll, they can still get the boot. And it's really that simple. I mean, we have hate watchers, of course. Right now, there's 231 people watching on X and only 44 watching on YouTube. So there's 275 people total, but most of them are watching from X. That means that at least some of them watching from X are watching because they're already banned here in chat and they choose to watch on X instead, aka hate watchers. Now, obviously, not all of those. We do have normal watchers that just watch us from X. But I always tell them, if you're on X, come on over to YouTube and get into the live chat, because you can have these discussions with people about these cases and about what you think. And, even if you don't want, your screen name or a name out there, you can still talk to other people in the chat. You don't have to highlight what you write. I think people miss out on the live chat when they're on X and not on the YouTube stream, because I'm streaming from multiple platforms right now. I'm not just streaming to X or streaming to YouTube or streaming to Facebook. I am streaming on all three at one time. So when you leave X, if you just, go over to YouTube and punch in Twisted Tragedies, you'll find us. It'll say live. You'll see my little icon, and you'll find us there. So, come on over from X on over to YouTube in the live chat. Right, what is going on here? Let me push this forward a little bit and see what's going on with this. Hold on. Yeah, no, we are still waiting, folks. It's unmuted. It's definitely late, that's for sure. But it looks like to me as if we're like people are waiting to get into the courthouse, is what I'm being told. And that they're like waiting for most people to get in before they start anything, I guess. So interestingly enough, let's see. The other one's News Nation, I believe. Hold on. Yeah, News Nation. Let me see. Let's see. I'm trying to find out and see what's going on. Let me see. It's weird. Looks like, to me, at least what I'm seeing or I'm being told here, is that it like the judge is probably everybody who's supposed to be there is there, but I think it's because of all the media that the problem is. I think I will cover this case that
It will come to order. Then Honorable Stephen Hippler, presiding judge.
Here we go.
All right, this is CR 0124316665. Defendant is present in custody with counsel, Ms. Thompson, Ms. Jennings, and Ms. Taylor, Ms. Massoff, and Ms. Barlow. The state's present with Mr. Thompson, Mr. Horowitz, Ms. Jennings, and Mr. Nye is here as well. Am I miss anybody? I'm sorry.
Ms. Allen is here as well.
Ms.
Your
Allen
Honor.
is here as well. Very well, thank you. All right, we are here today to entertain a change of plea. Before I start, I want to address some issues of concern and otherwise. First, I appreciate everybody in attendance today being on their best behavior. Please, no outbursts or demonstrations. Any such conduct will result in immediate removal and may result in an inability to attend further court proceedings in this case.
There wouldn't be any
I want
further.
to point out that there have been calls by some for the public to contact me and my office in
Yeah.
an attempt to influence my decision-making in this case.
No, not influence.
This
Action.
has
You look
been
at it.
extraordinarily disruptive for court staff and the ability for them to get work done, not only in this case, but in other cases where
What should we look at?
defendants are entitled to have their cases processed, and frankly, as important, if not more so, for victims to have their cases processed in those cases. It's also highly inappropriate. A court is not supposed to, and this court will never take into account public sentiment in making
That's
an
sad.
opinion regarding
public justice
its
system?
judicial decisions in cases. Courts should, and I always will, make decisions based on where the facts and the law lead me, period.
The judge just
I
doesn't
have
like
not read
any
of the numerous messages, nor listened to any of the numerous voicemails that have been sent to me and my staff. Those have all been forwarded to security and, where appropriate, to law enforcement. I ask that you not continue to mount such campaigns or to send me information like this, because again, it is not appropriate and frankly not something I would take into account when deciding a matter in a case like this. I also want people to understand some very basic concepts about the ideas of separation of powers, what the court's duties are, and what the duties and the rights of the executive, or in this case, the prosecuting attorney, is.
This judge hates any eyes on this case
The
at all. He's been
executive,
this way
the
from
elected
beginning.
prosecutor, is the sole authority in deciding what charges to pursue, including whether, as well as what penalties to ask for, and what penalties to pursue, including the death penalty. This court cannot require the prosecutor to seek the death penalty, nor would it be appropriate for this court to attempt to do that. This court, in considering a plea agreement, if it were to reject this plea agreement, cannot force the state to seek the death penalty.
People asked him to look at it to see if it was fair. That's
My
not,
role and power in considering a plea agreement is extremely limited. My role is to ensure that the defendant's plea is given freely, voluntarily, and intelligently. If those things are met, I can only reject a plea, such as the one in this case, where I'm not being asked to agree to the sentence in advance. I can only reject it, for example, if the defendant does not meet or admit to all of the elements of the crime. That is, I can ensure what is called a factual basis to the plea. Finally, I want to offer my apologies to all the families, including the victims' families, the families of the defendant, for the short notice for today's hearing, and I'm sure what must have been the hurried efforts to get here. I, like most everyone else, learned of this plea agreement Monday afternoon and had no inkling of it beforehand.
nope. Disgusting. That's disgusting.
Prior to that time, I was under the belief that this case was proceeding to trial, as had been indicated, and my staff and I were busy continuing to work on preparations to have potentially 10,000 citizens of Ada County come to jury duty starting in mid-July, with the questionnaire process in mid-July. It was, once I learned of the defendant's decision to change his plea in this case, it was important that I take the plea as soon as possible because of the extraordinary administrative efforts that were otherwise attendant to the process of this, getting this trial potentially underway on time, and including the significant process of bringing, again, potentially up to 10,000 jurors to come in and fill out juror questionnaires prior to the beginning of the voir dire process.
I get that.
And so it was
But
important
this
that
judge
we,
has always hated
if we're
any
going to go down
eyes
this
on this case.
road,
I
do
get it,
so
but public trial, my dude.
expeditiously so that we can avoid those costs and expenses associated with that. Otherwise, if it was not going to result in a plea, or for some reason the plea were to fall through today, that we could continue diligently towards trial at the time specified. And so that obviously required that we act quickly. And so some folks may have not had the amount of time that we would otherwise allow for them to travel here. And so, again, I apologize for that. I want to make people aware that during the hearing, if you are to leave the courtroom for any reason, you will not be readmitted during the hearing.
What?
Also, when we finished the hearing this morning, I asked that the public and media wait in their seats until the victims' families and the defendants' families and others are escorted out of the courtroom before you start to leave.
Exactly, Lisa.
Finally, I want to acknowledge the trial court administrator and her staff,
He's a
the
weird
Ada
one.
County Sheriff, and the Ada County 4th District Marshal Service for the huge lift that they've accomplished in preparing for and orchestrating this hearing today, as well as to all the security attendant today that you see, and some of whom many of whom you don't see, with less than 48 hours notice. And so I appreciate the hard work that they've been doing. Frankly, some of them while they were on some vacation prior to the trial starting and had to call that short. And so I appreciate very much their professionalism.
What about the
and
families?
dedication.
What about
All
the
right.
families?
That said, let's
Your Honor.
move to the business of today.
What?
I understand the state and the defense have reached a plea agreement in this case. For the record, I have a written plea agreement which indicates in sum, the defendant will plead guilty to all 5 counts in the indictment: burglary, felony, and first-degree murder, 4 counts. The state and the defendant stipulate, that is, that the defense is not free to argue for a lesser sentence at sentencing to the following. The defendant on the burglary charge will be sentenced to 10 years fixed, and that the defendant on counts 2 through 5, the 4 counts of first-degree homicide, on each count would receive a fixed life sentence, all 5 of those counts to run consecutive to one another. Defendant, as part of the plea agreement, waives his right to appeal, as well as his right to appeal the sentence and his right to seek leniency or reconsideration of the sentence under Idaho Criminal Rule 35.
So appeals.
This is not a Rule 11 agreement, meaning the court is not bound by the plea agreement and could impose a different lawful sentence at sentencing. The stipulated agreement between the parties is the maximum on each count. So theoretically, the only thing the court could do would be a lesser sentence
Lower it, yeah.
at sentencing. But the defendant is not free to ask the court to do so under the plea agreement. Are there any other material terms of the plea agreement that the parties would like to make? Obviously, the plea agreement, the written plea agreement will speak for itself and be part of the court record.
Not from the state, Your Honor. Thank you.
No, Your Honor. Thank you.
All right, very well. All right. Ms. Taylor, have you had sufficient time to discuss this case and all of its ramifications with your client?
I have, Your Honor.
Have you discussed fully with him his rights, defenses, and possible consequences to him of the guilty plea?
Yes, Your Honor.
Have you been able to do all the discovery you feel necessary?
Yes, Your Honor.
And have you informed your client of the importance of providing the court truthful and accurate answers in taking this plea today?
I have.
Have you apprised your client of any and all offers and counter offers and answered his questions about those?
Yes,
Do you consent to the entry of the plea today?
I do.
All right, Mr. Koberger, I need to ask you some questions this afternoon. or I guess it's this morning still. I do this to ensure that so that I am assured that you understand the nature of the charges to which I understand you're going to plead guilty, as well as the possible consequences to you of your guilty pleas. I want to make sure your plea is given voluntarily, and I want to make sure that you actually committed the crimes to which you're pleading guilty, because I don't want you to plead guilty to a crime you didn't commit. If you attempt to plead guilty today, but for some reason I don't accept your plea, then it is possible that your statements today could be used against you later at trial. Do you understand that?
Yes.
All right, thank you. And now, while you're standing, actually, why don't you take the oath from the clerk?
Oh, boy.
Yes.
All right, and Mr. Koberger, just to make it easier, you don't need to stand when you speak to me. I appreciate the sign of respect, but for convenience, you can remain seated, all right?
Good on you, Judge. Not
Before I
everybody does
start
that.
asking you questions today, have you consumed substantive questions? Let me ask you, have you consumed any alcohol,
people
drug, or
sit.
other intoxicating substance that would impair your ability to understand or exercise reasonable judgment?
No.
You feel like you are thinking clearly today?
Yes.
All right, I want you to understand what the possible penalties are for each of the crimes to which I understand you're going to offer a guilty plea today. They include, on count one, the burglary, a fine of up to $50,000 and a period of incarceration of up to 10 years in the state penitentiary. You may be required to pay restitution to any victims of the crime. Count 2, 3, 4, and 5 for first-degree murder. The consequences include a fine of up to $50,000, a period of incarceration of life imprisonment, which is a requirement of a sentence, that it be a life sentence with a mandatory minimum sentence of at least 10 years on each of those counts. In addition, you would be potentially responsible for a fine of up to $5,000 to each of the victims of your crime, to be enforced in the form of a civil judgment, to operate as additional punishment. This is in excess of any restitution or fines that the court could order. And again, you may be required to pay restitution to the victims of the crime. You would be required to provide, as to counts 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5, a DNA sample and a right thumbprint impression, and potentially pay for analysis of those samples. You would lose any right to possess, purchase, or carry a firearm, the right to serve on jury duty, the right to hold public office, and the right to vote. Do you understand the charges and all those possible consequences?
Yes.
You've heard the plea agreement that I talked about today. Do you agree with that plea agreement?
Yes.
And do you understand the nature of the charges that you've been charged with, that I understand you're going to plead guilty today to?
Yes.
As I indicated, I'm not bound by the plea agreement, but the plea agreement is for the maximum on each count. Do you understand that I'm not bound by the plea agreement?
Yes.
Has anyone promised you that I would be lenient or easy on you if you pled guilty?
No.
Has anyone threatened you or anyone close to you to get you to plead guilty?
No.
Is anyone other than the state's agreements with respect to the plea agreement, has anyone promised you anything in exchange for your plea agreement?
No.
Has anyone told you to be untruthful in answering my questions today?
No.
Has anyone offered you a reward of any kind other than the plea agreement in order to get you to plead guilty today?
No.
Are you pleading guilty because you are guilty?
Yes.
And counsel, obviously there have been a number of motions filed to suppress evidence in this case. Other than those filed, are there any other motions that you felt were available with respect to Rule 12.
No, Your Honor.
And Mr. Koberger, you understand that by entering the guilty plea in this case, you would be giving up your right to appeal any decision this court made, as well as your sentence.
Yes.
Have you had enough time to decide whether or not to plead guilty?
Yes.
Are you pleading guilty freely and voluntarily?
Yes.
Given your choices, do you believe it's in your best interest to plead guilty?
Yes.
Have you discussed fully the matter of pleading guilty with your attorney, and are you satisfied with the advice you've received?
Yes.
Has your attorney advised you to your satisfaction about what your rights are, what your defenses may be, and what the possible consequences to you of your guilty plea are?
Yes.
Has your attorney done everything you've asked them to do?
Yes.
Are you satisfied with their representation of you?
Yes.
I have received a written guilty plea advisory questionnaire that is purported to be filled out by you. Did you fill that document out?
Yes.
Did you understand the questions that you answered in this document?
Yes.
And are the answers that are outlined in this document your answers?
Yes.
Are those answers truthful?
Yes.
Did you sign the document?
Yes.
What's it say, Your Honor?
And this document outlines many of the rights that you have in this case. Should you not plead guilty, did you understand those rights?
No, it's
Yes.
the
They include a right
voluntary
to a jury trial. Do you understand that?
Yes.
form.
They include a right to the presumption of innocence. Do you understand that?
Yes.
You have the right to require the state to prove your guilt as to each element beyond a reasonable doubt. Do you understand that?
Yes.
They include a right to confront your accusers and cross-examine witnesses presented by the state, including by utilizing the subpoena power of the court to accomplish that. Do you understand that?
Yes.
You understand you would have a privilege against self-incrimination and a right to remain silent, meaning you would not be compelled to testify if you did not wish to, had you not pled guilty.
Yes.
You understand you're giving up that privilege and those rights that I've just outlined by pleading guilty.
Yes.
All right, I want you to understand what the state would have had to have proven at trial had you, to the crimes that you're pleading guilty to, had you, if you didn't plead guilty. Let me find the document. Hang on a second here. All right.
This is all standard stuff that every judge usually does in one way or another. When a plea deal happens, they have to read them certain things.
So
they
as to
understand
count
their
one
rights,
burglary,
what
the
they're
state
giving
would
up.
have to have proven that on or about November 13, 2022 in Latah County, Idaho, you unlawfully entered a residence located at 1122 King Road in Moscow, Idaho, with the intent to commit the felony crime of murder. As to count two, the state would have had to have proven that on or about that same date in Latah County, Idaho, you did willfully, unlawfully, deliberately, with premeditation and malice aforethought, kill and murder Madison Mogan, a human being, by stabbing Madison Mogan, from which she died. As to count three, the state would have had to have proven that on that same date in Latah County, at that same address, you did willfully, unlawfully, deliberately, with premeditation and malice aforethought, kill and murder Kaylee Gonzalez, a human being, by stabbing her, from which she died. As to count four, the state would have had to have proven that on or about that same date in Latah County, Idaho, you did willfully, unlawfully, deliberately, with premeditation and malice aforethought, kill and murder Xana Kernodle, a human being, by stabbing her, from which she died. And then as to count five, also murder in the first degree, that on or about November 13th, 2022, in Latah County, Idaho, you did willfully, unlawfully, deliberately, with premeditation and malice aforethought, kill and murder Ethan Chapin, a human being, by stabbing him, from which he died. Do you understand those things the state would have had to have proven?
Yes.
And do you understand that by pleading guilty, the state no longer has to prove those things because you're admitting those things are true?
Yes.
I want to also make for the record, the defendant has provided with the guilty plea advisory form a document entitled Written Factual Basis that purports to have the defendant's signature dated 1 July 2025. Did you sign that document?
Yes.
And did you agree with the written factual basis that is included there?
Yes.
And then let me ask you, did you, on November 13th, 2022, enter the residence at 1122 King Road in Moscow, Idaho, with the intent to commit the felony crime of murder?
Yes.
Did you, on November 13th, 2022, in Latah County, state of Idaho, kill and murder Madison Mogan, a human being?
Yes.
And did you do that willfully, unlawfully, deliberately, and with premeditation and malice aforethought?
Yes.
Did you, on or about that same date in Moscow, Idaho, kill and murder Kaylee Gonzalez, a human being?
Yes.
And did you do that willfully, unlawfully, deliberately, and with premeditation and malice aforethought?
Yes.
And did you, on that same date in Moscow, Idaho, kill and murder Xana Kernodle, a human being?
Yes.
And did you do that willfully, unlawfully, deliberately, with premeditation and malice aforethought?
Yes.
And then on or about November 13th, 2022, again in Latah County, Idaho, did you kill and murder Ethan Chapin, a human being?
Yes.
Did you do that willfully, unlawfully, deliberately, with premeditation and malice aforethought?
Yes.
I would ask the state at this time to provide its recitation of its factual basis had this case gone to trial.
Thank you, Your Honor. Your Honor, the organization of the recitation is different than what I think the court and the public may be familiar with from the probable cause affidavit and other documents. The state's evidence, as an overview, would show that back in March of 2022, when the defendant was residing in his parents' residence or was residing back in Pennsylvania, his home state, he purchased online a K-bar knife and sheath with an Amazon gift card that he had purchased shortly prior to the purchase of the knife, sheath, and sharpener. Jumping ahead, the end of June of that year, the defendant, Mr. Koberger, moved from Pennsylvania to Pullman, Washington, which is right across the state line from Moscow, Idaho, for the purpose of pursuing a PhD in criminal justice at Washington State University. The state's evidence would indicate that beginning July 9th of 2022, Mr. Koberger's phone began connecting to a cell tower that serves the area of the 1122 King Road residence in Moscow, Idaho. Now, I will acknowledge for the court and all present that there are many residences in that area. It's a dense population of mostly college-related occupants. Between July 9th of 2022 and November 7th, the defendant's phone connected to that particular tower during late night, early morning hours, 10 p.m. to 4 a.m. on approximately 23 times. Now, I will acknowledge also, we do not have evidence that the defendant had direct contact with 1122 or with residents of 1122, but we can put his phone in that area on those times. In the interim, on August 22nd of 2022, Latah County Sheriff's Deputy Darren Duke conducted a traffic stop in the early morning hour or late evening hours, about 11 p.m. On the west side of Moscow, on the Moscow-Pullman Road. This was a traffic stop of Mr. Koberger's car, which turned out to be a 2015 white Hyundai Elantra with Pennsylvania plates. During the course of the traffic stop, Deputy Duke was able to obtain Mr. Koberger's name, Bryan Koberger, his phone number, and his address, which at that point was an apartment address in Pullman. We then move to the early morning hours of November 13th, 2022. The state's evidence would show that early morning hours on that day, Mr. Koberger's phone left his Pullman residence, which is an apartment in kind of the central northwest part of Pullman. That phone was then subsequently turned off at approximately 2:54 a.m. and remained off until approximately 4:48 a.m. on Sunday, the 13th of November. The state's evidence would include a trial, video surveillance of a business on the Moscow-Pullman Highway, just across the state line from Moscow. It would show a vehicle entering Moscow at approximately 3:02 a.m. Compiled surveillance that the investigators put together from businesses and residents then show the defendant's car, the white Elantra, as I've described, circling the 1122 King Road area, that neighborhood, starting around 3:30 or so in the morning. Comes into the immediate area of 1122 King Road, which is actually on a dead end, and then leaves several times. And approximately 4:05 that morning, the defense car had entered that area, was leaving, stopped at the intersection of King and Queen Road, did a U-turn, and the state's evidence would show that the defendant's car came back and parked behind and above the 1122 King Road residence. The state believes that its evidence would then show that the defendant entered the residence of 1122 through the kitchen sliding door on the back side of the residence, which is the side of the residence that would face the area above where the defendant's car was parked. Defendant entered the residence, went to the third floor, and with a knife, killed Madison Mogen and Caitlin Gonzalez. The defendant,
I was
as he
muted,
left that
so it wasn't
room,
me.
for whatever reason, ended up leaving, or the sheath for a K-bar knife was left on the bed next to Madison Mogen's body. And I can jump ahead. That sheath was tested by the Idaho State Police Forensic Lab, and single source male DNA was found on the snap of that sheath, as well as blood from both Kaylee and Madison and other trace evidence. But it's important to note single source male DNA was on the snap of that sheath. The state's evidence would show that Xana Knodel was still awake at this time. In fact, had taken a DoorDash order not long before this started. Her room was not on the third floor. It was on the second floor on the west side. As the defendant was either coming down the stairs or leaving, he encountered Xana, and he ended up killing her, also with a large knife. Ethan Chapin, Xana's boyfriend, was asleep in their bedroom, in her bedroom, and the defendant killed him as well with a large fixed blade knife. Each victim suffered multiple wounds. I will state for the record that there is no evidence there was any sexual component or sexual assault on any of the victims. I want to make that clear so there's no speculation. There were two other roommates in the house, and they were already asleep. During the course of this, one of those roommates awoke, looked out her door not knowing what was going on, and saw the defendant, who was dressed in black with a black balaclava on, holding some sort of container in his hand. And she saw him leave the house through the direction of the kitchen where that sliding door is that I mentioned before. At approximately 4:20 that morning, so this would have been 15 minutes or so later, defendant's car is seen on a surveillance camera for 1112 King Road, which is immediately next door to the west of 1122, leaving the area at a high rate of speed. And if the court were to see that, or anybody in this courtroom would see that, you can see the car almost loses control as it makes the corner, heads north, and then turns to go south on Walinta, which is one of the only ways to get out of that part of town. The evidence would show that following that, the defendant in his Elantra drove south of Moscow. We know that he drove on the back roads because there are surveillance cameras on the main highways, Highway 95, that would have picked up the defendant's car if he'd gone that route. And they did not show the defendant's car on that route during the time. So we know that he went through a variety of back roads in very rural, isolated part of Latah County. About 4:48 that morning, the defendant's phone comes back on. And the evidence will show that that phone was located south of Moscow, likely at a side road intersection with Highway 95. From there, the defendant's phone activity tracks heading back north towards Pullman, Washington, where the defendant lived. About 5:26, starting approximately 5:26, various surveillance cameras in Pullman, Washington pick up the defendant's vehicle as he enters Pullman from the south and heads north and slightly west towards his apartment, where he arrived at approximately 5:30 in the morning. Later that morning, Sunday, the 13th of November of 2022, Mr. Koberger's phone returned to the area of King Road. We don't know exactly what he did, but it returned to that area. It's about 9 o'clock in the morning. It was there for about 10 minutes and then returned to his Pullman residence. About 9:30, the state's evidence will show, evidence taken from the defendant's phone, that he took a selfie of himself on his phone in what appears to be the bathroom of his Pullman apartment with a thumbs up. The defendant's phone then went to the Lewis and Clarkston Valley, approximately 30 miles south of Moscow and Pullman. And the defendant is actually seen with his car at various businesses down there. This area is the confluence of the Clearwater River and the Snake River. Lewiston is Idaho's seaport. Large bodies of moving water down there. In addition to tracing the defendant's activities, as I've just outlined on the 13th and leading up to the 13th, the state's evidence will show that following Sunday, November 13th, 2022, business records show that the defendant began searching for a K-bar knife and a K-bar knife sheath, as the state believes, to replace the one that was left at the scene of the murders. The evidence also will suggest that there were at least attempts by the defendant to delete or alter his purchase history on Amazon, where all these transactions had occurred. Later that week, the state's evidence will show that Mr. Koberger went to what we would call DMV, motor vehicle licensing here in Idaho, in Pullman, to change his car registration from Pennsylvania to Washington. That's of note because Pennsylvania cars do not require a front license plate. The vehicles seen on the surveillance cameras of the defendant's car showed it didn't have a front license plate on it. At the time of the traffic stop by Deputy Duke in August, it was Pennsylvania plate, no front license plate. Mr. Koberger proceeded to finish his semester of studies at Washington State University and returned to Pennsylvania for the holidays. Law enforcement at this point were aware of Mr. Koberger, had been accessing information about him, were trying to find him. They located him in Pennsylvania, and they conducted what's called a trash pull. During the nighttime hours, agents of the FBI, who assisted immensely with this case, working with the sanitation department back in this neighborhood in Pennsylvania, took trash that had been set out on the street for collection, sent the contents of that from the Pennsylvania residence of the defendant's parents to the Idaho State Forensic Laboratory, where the lab experts there were able to identify DNA on a Q-tip as coming from the father of the person whose DNA was found on the knife sheath that was next to Madison Mogen's body in the bed. Subsequently, an arrest warrant was issued here in Idaho, and a search warrant was issued in the state of Pennsylvania with the assistance not only of the FBI, but the Pennsylvania State Police. Mr. Koberger was arrested at his parents' home to return to Idaho. Upon his return to Idaho, a DNA sample was taken from him, and it matched the DNA found on the knife sheath next to Maddie's body at the crime scene. I can tell the court and the public, the weapon itself, the knife, has not yet been recovered. I can tell the court that the defendant's apartment in Pullman was searched, as well as his office. Spartan would be a kind characterization. There was virtually nothing there. Nothing of evidentiary value was found. And of course, we are now talking 6-8 weeks after the time of the killings. In Pennsylvania, the defendant's car was seized, and it was actually pretty much disassembled internally. And it also had been cleaned. There was a bucket of cleaner right beside it. I think we can all look to our own cars, you know, in those compartments in the doors. You can try to keep them clean where you put stuff. There's always some degree of crud in there. They were spotless. The defendant's car had been meticulously cleaned inside. And the state would present to the jury that that was part of the defendant's plan in covering up this. The defendant has studied crime. In fact, he did a detailed paper on crime scene processing when he was working on his pre-doctorate degrees, and he had that knowledge and skill. So, Your Honor, at the end, the state submits that the evidence that I've given just a quick overview of, and that to present in court would consume weeks, which the state is prepared to do and has been prepared to do, would show that as the defendant has just admitted and pleaded guilty on November 13th, 2022, excuse me, Mr. Koberger entered the residence of 1122 King Road in Moscow, Idaho. He did that with the intent to kill. We will not represent that he intended to commit all of the murders that he did that night, but we know that that is what resulted, and that he then killed intentionally, willfully, deliberately, with premeditation, and with malice forethought, Maddie Mogen, Kaylee Gonzalez, Ethan Chapin, and Santa Cruz. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, based on the state's proffer and importantly, based upon defendant's explicit admission to committing these crimes, the court finds there is a factual basis. Therefore, with respect to count 1, burglary, felony, how do you plead, Mr. Koberger, guilty or not guilty?
Guilty.
As to count 2, murder in the first degree, as it relates to the murder of Madison Mogen, how do you plead, guilty or not guilty?
Guilty.
As to count 3, as it relates to murder in the first degree for the murder of Kaylee Gonzalez, how do you plead, guilty or not guilty?
Guilty.
As to count 4, the first degree murder of Xana Kernodle, a human being, how do you plead, guilty or not guilty?
Guilty.
As to count 5, the first degree murder of Ethan Chapin, a human being, how do you plead, guilty or not guilty?
Guilty.
Right. The court will find that the defendant understands the nature of the charges and each offense and the possible consequences to him of his guilty plea. The court finds that there is a factual basis for the plea and that finds the defendant believes the plea to be in his best interest. I find that the plea was given freely, voluntarily, and was intelligently made. I accept the plea. I direct that it be entered. I'll continue the matter for sentencing in this case. I think it was mentioned on the call Monday afternoon, the defense wishes to waive a pretrial investigation. Is that accurate?
Yes, Your Honor.
The state also?
Yes, Your Honor, the state does not believe pre-sentence investigation is needed, given the evidence that is available. We want to, though, make sure that all of the victims have the opportunity to make statements to the court at sentencing.
Absolutely. And certainly both the state and the defense may present whatever sentencing memorandum and other documents you wish me to consider. The victims will be given an opportunity to provide the statements that they wish to at sentencing. Do we need more than 1 full day for sentencing?
I do not believe so, Your Honor. We obviously have numerous victims, and we have victims who share unique, unique perspectives on this, and we want to make sure that they all have time to express their feelings to the court. But I believe that if we can start perhaps 8:30 or so in the morning, that we should be able to complete it all in one day.
Defense agree with that in terms of the time frame?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. So as it happens, we have some time reserved in this case in July and August. The week of July 22nd is available. I don't know if that's too soon for the parties or the next week, the week of August 4 is available. Any preference?
Your Honor, we're prepared as soon as the court wants to schedule it.
The state, I believe, would be prepared on the 22nd. We've told the victims' families that we're looking at approximately those dates.
All right. So because of the plan to bring in so many jurors to fill out questionnaires, I had ordered that no other trials could take place in this courthouse the week of July 22nd. And so we will use that in terms of the sentencing date because of what I'm sure will be the significant interest of the media and the public and the logistics that will be required to make that happen. Without trials going, it'll be a lot easier to do that. So let's pick that week. Why don't we pick July 23rd with the idea that if for some reason we don't finish, we could continue into the 24th. We'll start at 9 in the morning. Does that give your team enough time, Sandra? 9 in the morning? All right. Any concerns with that date?
No, Your Honor. Thank you.
No, sir.
All right. Any reason why I should not rescind the non-dissemination order at this time?
You're right. I think that given the history of this case, it would be best if that remained in place through sentencing. So we have time to make sure there's the ability to completely answer questions.
No.
That would be the state's preference and recommendation.
Pull that gag order.
Would have no objection for the order to remain in place through sentencing.
All right. I will, at this point, the idea to keep it until sentencing, which time it would be withdrawn.
That's
in order
BS.
to give the parties the space and time to
For the
prepare
families.
to meet what I'm sure
Absurd.
will be a deluge of media requests. That's at least my preliminary decision at this point. We can always revisit if it seems to be, for some reason, I should. That said, obviously, I don't think the defendant, a bond was ever set for the defendant. Were it would be revoked.
The families don't
prior
need to keep
order
dealing with a
allowing him
gag
to
order.
come in
That's
civilian
absurd.
clothes is revoked, given his plea and no longer the presumption of innocence. And in fact, now the actual conviction for the crimes. He will continue to be held at the jail pending sentencing. Is there anything else to say?
No, Your Honor. Thank you.
I assume that the trial date will be vacated.
The trial is.
Let them
jurors will be
speak, dude.
The trial will be vacated, and I'm
I think if I was the family, I'm doing it anyway.
sure
for your
that the
gag
jury
order.
commissioner will
What are you
get
gonna do? Hold me in contempt?
word to those that receive their summons that they won't be required to attend. So
Thank you.
that said, again, if you would all please wait for the parties and the victims' families and others to leave the courtroom before you do, I would appreciate it. And with that, we're adjourned. All right, please.
Well, I'm going to leave it on this because they're going to go outside, I'm assuming, to where the families are. I think asking for that gag order to stay in place until sentencing is absurd from the state. And we know, I mean, I know at least how some of the families feel about it. They don't want it. And to me, like, there was no reason to keep it until sentencing. Why? Why? For what reason? Oh, hold on. Let me go to News Nation. Hold on. you would think that they would have kept the feed running. I mean, here's the thing. There's no reason. There's literally no reason for a gag order at this point. The plea deal has been set. It's been accepted. The families have a right to speak at this point. To try to keep some overly broad order for gag at this point. Listen, if I'm the families, the state's already accepted the plea deal. I'm not abiding by your dumb gag order anymore. What are you going to do? Lock me up? Good. Do it. Do it. I mean, listen, if this, and I think about it like if this is my child, right? The state and the court is no longer going to gag my ability to speak on the case and the things that I know once you've accepted the plea deal. It is absurd to keep something after a plea deal just for sentencing. That's absurd. There is no reason for it. There's no reason. No reason. Listen, if I'm the families, I'm doing it anyway. What are you going to do? What are you going to do? Hold me in contempt because I spoke about my child after you keep an overly broad gag order until sentencing, which is another, 21 days of, like, screw that. If I'm the family, I have shit to say, and I'm not holding back anymore. You accepted the plea deal. He's guilty. 4 counts of murder in the first degree and 1 burglary for an extra 10 years. So what the F? What are you going to do? Hold me in contempt? Because if that's my child, I am not waiting on a gag order anymore. Sorry. It's over. He has been found guilty. He plead out. There's no reason for a gag order to continue at this point. None at all. None. None at all. Yeah, exactly. Think about it, guys. If it's your child, and that's how I approach it. If it's your child, if it is your child, and the court is now overly broad, by the way, gag order that they want to continue until sentencing after he's accepted a plea deal, that's not standard. That's not standard. Hey, there you are. I mean, if it's my kid, what are you going to do? Hold me in contempt? Throw me in jail for a day? I mean, come on, Oh, hey, welcome. If that's my child, I don't care about your overly broad gag order because realistically, they could, appeal that overly broad gag order, especially after he's pled guilty already. If I'm the families, you're not stopping me from speaking at this point. Some of them don't want to speak. Some of them don't want to, talk about it. They don't want to talk to the media. And I totally get it. I totally understand them not wanting to. And I respect that they don't want to. But for the families that do want to speak to the media, I'm sorry, but you're not going to. And again, my daughter's 20. So, she's around the same age as these kids where they've waited long enough. If they want to speak to the media, it's an overly broad order. I'm going to at that point. I mean, I get it. I get it. I understand. I get what you mean. But at the same time, if this is my child, right? And I have enough to say, I've waited long enough. He has already pled guilty. So there's nothing that's harming him or his rights by speaking at this point. The deal was accepted. So to hold on to this really broad gag order until sentencing doesn't really make any logical sense whatsoever, other than the prosecutors wanting it for some weird reason. I don't really understand. Well, they have the loved ones. What do you mean? They have them. They're not missing. They have them. It's the what, when, where, who, and how is the problem. You know what I mean? Well, that's the thing. I mean, in so many cases we watch, I mean, you guys have seen this in other trials that we've covered. The victims don't have a ton of rights. The victims' families. I somehow yeeted myself. I don't know how that happened, but it did. It irks me. It irks me. That's for sure. Sorry, I was trying to get something. I know I was yeeted. I'm sorry. I apologize, guys. I apologize. I was yeeted. They could have in the plea deal, and that's what we were talking about before the hearing happened, is they could have put it in the plea deal where he had to explain when, what, who, where, and how. They did not. So that's a shitty part. I mean, usually judges don't sit there and take out their upset or anger with the court as a whole. They don't usually go, well, people called and we don't like it. It's a public court. I mean, obviously, I would never encourage people to call and threaten a judge, but to ask the judge to take a look at the plea deal to see if it was fair, I think that's a fair ask from the community. I don't think it was fair to 2 out of the 4 families that didn't want the plea deal. If they didn't want the plea deal, the best that the state should have done for them was include in the plea deal that he had to admit to the who, what, when, where, how. I mean, you're taking the death penalty off the table. That should be the very least that you give these families, is the answers that they deserve. And if they want those answers, they damn well should get them. And especially the surviving roommates that have been accused, conspiracized, threatened, the same BS we've seen in other cases. And that's not fair to them. But I've never seen a judge. I mean, this judge from day one has not liked any of the media around this case. And it's like, it's a public trial, Your Honor. Kind of how the justice system works here in the United States, is it's public. So I'm sorry that you don't like that the public gets involved and that the public doesn't like it not being fair to 2 out of 4 families. But I think the fairest thing they could have done is put into that plea deal that Koberger had to give the who, what, when, where, why, or where, where's the murder weapon? What, how'd you get in? How'd you get out? It just doesn't. They could have done that very small thing for the families, I thought it was supposed to be at 1 today. Did they move it to 5 for the Denny thing? Yeah, right? Exactly. Exactly. We are small, but we are mighty, my friends. And I am gonna be covering that case. And a bunch of other different ones. Yeah, how exactly? Were you wearing a suit? Like, what was going on in all of that? What was going on in all of that? I think that's the least they could have done, was to give those answers to the families, Oh, it was due at 1:00. Okay, that makes sense with the Diddy stuff. Okay, that makes sense. While I pull up some other media to see if the families are going to speak, do me a favor and hit the like button if you already didn't. Hit the subscribe button if you guys already didn't. I appreciate it. As you guys know, we are small, but we are mighty. We care. We give a shit about the victims, and that's kind of rare to find on YouTube because it doesn't make dollars and cents. And unfortunately, that's just not how I operate. It's not how I'll ever operate. Most of you know my background, and working in the criminal justice system in a jail for the criminally insane teaches you a lot of things. But it also teaches you that life sometimes isn't fair, and people want salacious, nonsensical crap. They don't want the truth. And I think victims deserve to have a place that's going to fight for them. And I will always be that place. Always. This is a safe space, and not just for them, but for all of you who have helped me sort of build this community. I appreciate all of you. I know a lot of you are having a hard time since the last case. But if you'd like to help out the channel, we rely solely on your donations to keep the channel running. And since we're such a little channel still, we need your help. Had I not taken that 6-month break with my daughter's medical, as you guys know, I have a terminally ill 20-year-old, then I probably would be at like 10,000 subscribers by now. But we had to take that break, so I need you guys' help to keep this train running. You can do things like hit the like button, hit the subscribe button, get yourself a membership. The lowest is $4 a month. Gift a membership to someone else. You can Venmo, Cash App, PayPal, Revolut. We have a link in the chat that works for just credit or debit. Or we have super chats or super stickers, of course. But also, I got a donation while we were watching that. So from Sunken Grave, I love his stinking face. I love all your stinking faces, but he always writes the funniest comments, always. And he says, sends $20, and he says, for a landline rotary phone, because cells tell on you. Cell phones tell on you. They sure do. They tell everybody where you're at. All right, let me see. Let's see if we can find some of the news coverage here for this and see if the families are going to speak or not. As far as I understand it, Law and Crime is still live. Let's see. They're not showing anything. They are live, but they're not showing much. Why are they still live is the question, though. They showed like a small clip of this and then they stopped. So I wonder if they're waiting for the people to come out of the, I mean, they should have already been out of the courthouse by now. That's the weird thing. I don't understand. She's such a strong kid, you know. Were you in the bushes, Grave? You in the bushes? I knew you were back there somewhere. I didn't want to read it while we were watching the hearings. I didn't want to interrupt the hearing. So that's I don't understand. They're still live. So wait, I'm getting audio. Nope. Audio came in and then cut back out. I'm confused. All right, I'll keep that on. I'm going to look somewhere else real quick for you guys because let's see. I'm going to see what most of them ended the stream, which is really strange. Usually, Law and Crime looks like it's like the only one still on this thing. I'm confused as to why Associated Press is live and outside the front of the courthouse. So let's try that one for a second. Associated Press is outside. Looks like the AP's stream. Yeah, it definitely was. I mean, that's got to bring a little bit of peace to them. You know, when I spoke with the Gonsalves family, they were very kind and sharing things about Maddie and Kaylee, and I was honored for them to share those things with me about them because they don't deserve to be remembered as how they died. They deserve to be remembered as the people that they were, right? I was too expecting it. I don't know why the judge would do such a thing, you know? Oh, no. Ugh, my husband knows a lot about the pressure washers dying on him. He does some of that for work, so they've gone through so many freaking pressure washers at work. I don't think... So sometimes what happens is after something like this, families will have a meeting with the DA or the prosecutor inside the building. So what very well could be happening right now is that they're having some sort of meeting inside there. And that's why we're not really getting, you know, droves of people coming outside yet. I'll back it up a little bit to see if the AP got them. I mean, I don't know why they would still be live if
mid-July.
That morning.
Factual basis.
Okay. This was a little while ago. They're shuffling them down a certain area. I would. I mean, there's the thing is I would. If I had something to say, I'm saying it. Your overly broad gag order is not shutting me up anymore. I'm sorry. The plea has been done. It cannot bias the case in any way, shape, or form. It's been accepted. There's no reason to still have the gag at all. I think it's absurd that the prosecution ever even asked for that. The judge would have dismissed it. No reason at all. None. You know? Like, where's the knife? I mean, that's the question that should have been. I mean, I get that, you know? I mean, listen, I probably would need a vomit bag, to be honest. You know? I'd probably need that bag for sure, Lindsay. I mean, I'd feel sick to my stomach, you know? I'm disappointed that the judge allowed this gag order to continue. There's no reason for it. I don't know why the prosecutor asked for it to continue. It doesn't make sense. The plea deal has already been accepted. It cannot bias the defendant in any way. There's no reason to keep the gag other than to keep the families from talking, and that's really ignorant. If they want to talk, they should be able to talk at this point.
You're going to back up.
They're very quiet people, this family. Not surprised. I'm not really going to hear them talk. They're just going to follow them, mostly. I think, hold on. Let's see if any of the other families have come out yet, or they're doing one by one here. So they just followed them. Then doors open again. They're waiting for some sort of press conference, obviously. So we're going to stay for that. I'm just skipping it up a little by little by little. Make sure we're not missing anything, of course. I apologize, but I want to make sure I'm not missing anything for you guys. So it looks like they are setting for some sort of press conference of some sort, because we're still here. So it's an overly broad order that basically gags everyone, and that's the weird part. Usually the families aren't gagged. You're the victims' families. It's very overly broad, and so it does gag the families from talking about the case itself. But there are many other things they can talk about, like their treatment and how they feel like they've been treated in this process, and those things they cannot gag. And listen, if this is my child, right? Your gag order, you can shove it at this point. I'm sorry, that's my opinion. It might not be the popular opinion, guys, and you know I love all of you, and you know that I respect you guys' opinion, but I come at it from, if this is my child, the plea agreement has been accepted, okay? He has pled guilty. There is no more keeping a jury pool or biasing anybody. There is no real legal reason to keep a gag order, overly broad as it is, in order until sentencing. None at all. So if I'm a family and I want to speak out, I'm doing it anyway. Screw your overly broad. What are you going to do? Hold me in contempt? Good. Do it. For my child, I would move mountains. I will move mountains. I don't give a shit. I will move mountains if that is my child. There is nothing that I wouldn't do for my baby and my babies. And most of you know, especially having a kid that's ill, there is nothing I won't do for my kiddo. Nothing. No one is going to silence me. I mean, these kids, some of them killed basically in their sleep. These families deserve to say whatever it is they need to say or want to say without people stopping them. I understand. Obviously, we know the judicial process is you don't tamper with a jury, so you don't want people saying too much. It'll taint the jury pool, et cetera, et cetera. There is no more jury pool to taint. He has pled guilty. It is over. Other than sentencing, which again, I don't know why other states do weeks in between their like finding and then sentencing. Here in Massachusetts, it's very quick. It's within the same week, couple days. Just don't do this whole 3 weeks, a month, more than a month later before someone gets sentenced. It's nonsensical. It pushes things back and slows things down. So we don't do that here in Mass. It's usually very quick that we do sentencing. This sentencing is another 20 They say the 23rd, so 21 days out. So that's 3 weeks, exactly 3 weeks. And obviously, we will cover that as well, because we want to hear the family's impact statements. I say that's going to be really hard, though, to hear. A lot of what they have to say is going to be hard to hear. I bring your tissues, because as a parent, as any of us who have children, it's tough to listen to. And I always put myself in the position of, if this was my family, if this was my child, if I had to decide, if this was, have to try to put myself in everybody else's shoes when I cover these things. And I understand two families are okay with the plea deal and two families are not. They want answers. Can you blame them? I cannot. They want answers. And they understand the risks of a trial. That's, endless appeals, years and years of it, especially death penalty. Um, that they were prepared to do that to get the answers that they need, you know? Yeah, you sure did. And you won, right? And you won, girl. Exactly. Now you have more evidence of the harassment that you've been dealing with for all that time, Me too. But you're right. It doesn't make it any better for the victims, because they still went through it. They still went through it. They still are going through it. And now they have another 3 weeks until sentencing before they get to read any sort of impact statement, It's unfortunate. I'm looking, Lauren Crime still has it live, but only a picture of Koberger. It doesn't, it's not live outside. And their chat is still having spurts of people coming in. But I think a lot of people have given up if it's just a picture. I don't know why Lauren Crime did that. So there's 425 of you on X. Come join us on YouTube. Come join us on YouTube. We are on YouTube, X, and Facebook all at the same time right now. But come join us from X on YouTube itself. We have a live chat over here. I think some of you would enjoy from X. So just search Twisted Tragedies. Not Twisted Tragedy, because I know my X handle is Twisted Tragedy 3. But Twisted Tragedies on YouTube, and it should bring you right to us. In the meantime, if you'd like to help support the channel, there are numerous ways to do so. In our live chat, we do have a link for those of you who want to help support the channel. That way, you can use your credit or debit there. We also have options like Venmo, PayPal, Cash App. We have Revolut for those of you who are out of the country. I'm told there's no fees on it, which is pretty cool. Counseling is something that I think a lot of people in a lot of these cases are going to need, Ash. We know how that works. I am someone who has CPTSD from my past trauma, and therapy, counseling, there's a lot of stigma attached to it. Most of you know I lost my dad, who adopted me when I was a kid, who was my stepdad. But to me, that's dad. That's daddy. I had to when my dad died, but I lost him to suicide. And maybe we wouldn't have it if there wasn't so much stigma, right? So much stigma around mental health, or, maybe he would have had the courage to say, hey, I need some help, right? I think about that a lot, and when the opportunity arises, I talk about it, because it's something people don't, necessarily love to talk about. Suicide is a touchy subject. Oh my God. How did you manage that one, Adam? How did you manage that? I can hear a double audio on them again. Hold on.
Agreed.
Try this for a second.
To this plea deal. I'm taking some kind of nuggets from what he read and piecing together why possibly he agreed to this. I want to let you know that we were set up over here possibly for a press conference. That non-dissemination order, the gag order in this case, remains in place. That means the state and the defense, the attorneys on both sides, and the law enforcement officers involved in this case cannot distribute any information. They can't make any public statements until after sentencing.
So ridiculous.
The families, however, are not covered by that
They
order.
have been,
So
though.
they may be coming out and may choose to make a statement. They may not.
They
As you
have
know,
been
they've
covered by that
very
order, though, because it's
particular
broad.
about who they speak to. Some of them have documentary deals right now and aren't really making a lot of statements. However, if we do see them come out and possibly decide to say something, we will break down and get over there. I want to bring our guests in very quickly, though, to talk about this and unpack this a little bit. Mark Weaver is a special prosecutor
never do
in
that.
Ohio, and he
In my
has
channel, we always say
prosecuted
don't
death
suffer
penalty
in
cases.
silence. If
Also,
there's
Colin
something
Schmidt
you
is a retired
need to get
FBI
off your
agent.
chest,
I'll
one of
start
us
with
are
you,
always
Mark.
here. You guys
Your
can always
thoughts
reach
on
me,
what we heard today,
whether it's
and
email
Bryan
or
Koberger
DM in Discord
approaching
or
the defense
Twitter
or
or
approaching the
Facebook. I will
state and
always
saying,
answer.
I want to plead guilty, please take the death penalty off the table, and the state agreeing to it.
Don't suffer in silence.
Yeah, you and I on the air, I don't know, 2 weeks ago, I predicted this is likely to happen. We heard more of the evidence today. It's a circumstantial case, but a very strong circumstantial case. He could see this was coming. The victims now know a little bit more about what happened. It would have been better if he had said it from his own mouth. Perhaps he'll say that at sentencing. They need that closure. But there were people on the internet who said he didn't do it. Well, most of us knew he did, and now we know for sure he did.
Yeah, 100%.
What I thought was interesting were some of the things that Bill Thompson said,
Agreed,
and I'll let
Adam.
you go right after we talk about this. But he said we had evidence that his phone was connecting to that tower that covered the King Road neighborhood and the residents, but we didn't have evidence connecting him directly to the 1122 King Road house and the victims inside. And I hear things like that, and it makes me think, if they were wondering on the prosecution side, could this potentially create a little bit of doubt in the minds of some jurors, even though we have the DNA on the knife sheath, even though that is really good circumstantial evidence, we still don't have that connection to the people inside the King Road house and the house specifically. We just have him in the general vicinity, and it's a densely populated area. Could that be one of the reasons why they agreed to this?
Yeah, that's a fair theory. Prosecutors would like to get a conviction and get closure. One juror during the guilt phase is enough to hang the trial and send it back to square one. And one juror at the penalty phase is enough to guarantee that it's going to be life in prison. And one juror might be that person hung up on, well, you didn't connect every dot all the way back to him. And so prosecutors would prefer to get some closure. I think that's why. We now know that perhaps they were worried that one or two jurors, not a full jury, would think that that's reasonable doubt, but one or two would be enough to hang the case.
Or it might be enough to get a conviction and get the same result, possibly life without parole and not a death sentence.
You need to scream or yell
you
or
might
laugh.
go
I
through the
still
pain
got
of a
you.
trial and the expense of a trial and get the same result. And maybe that was part of the calculus here. We'll find
goes
out
for
hopefully soon. Mark Weaver, I know you have to hop off of here. Thank you so much for joining me. We are taking your questions, so please drop them in our YouTube chat, and Colin and I will get to as many of them as we can. So Colin, I want to get your thoughts on what we heard today. Bryan Koberger, after all of this time, asserting his innocence, suddenly changing his plea. This could have been going on in the background for a long time. He could have been discussing this with his lawyers for a long time.
With his lawyers.
You know, they could have said to him, Bryan, we're going to try this. We're going to try that. We're going to ask them to strike the death penalty. The cards are stacked against you, but this is what we're going to do. This is the next motion we're filing. And when everything failed, when all of their motions were denied, maybe he just came to the realization, and they had this meeting with him, and they said, you know what, we're at the end of the road, and this is it.
Well, I think they had their own calculus in terms of how much they could put reasonable doubt in front of a jury. Your other guess was spot on. It can be a tall case or a big case to prove when you have all circumstantial evidence, and then for them to have to put on cell phone for forensics, it can be completely very, very complicated for a jury to understand and to be able to have to
How do the pro-burgers feel right
link
now?
those dots as far as a
Those
cell
people
phone
still
to the
saying
house.
he's innocent?
So I
can
think
imagine.
this was the best of the worst decisions to make, because they would have also had to put the families through a trial, a very long trial. But I know there are some families that are frustrated because they did want him to get the death penalty.
And the death penalty, getting it is not a given. It really isn't. You can seek it. It doesn't mean that you're going to get it if there is a conviction. We've seen plenty of cases where the death penalty was sought by prosecutors, and it seemed like it might be a given, or this is a death penalty case, and then the jurors went the other way. And it only takes one juror to say, I can't vote for death. And then you get life without parole. Let's talk a little bit more about that cell phone evidence that you just discussed. There were 23 times that the FBI cast agent, the cast analysis, the agent Nick Balance was going to testify at 23 occasions between July and a week before the murders, that they say that Bryan Koberger's phone was connecting to the cell tower that covered King Road.
Yes.
However, there were a lot of houses there, and I've been there. There are a lot of houses there. It's on Greek Row. So they might have not have been able to show that he was, quote unquote, casing or stalking or surveilling the house. And as you just mentioned, it can get very complicated and complex. And on the defense side, they had their own expert. They had their own cell phone expert who typically testifies for prosecutors, Cy Ray. He testifies all over the country for prosecutors. So that could have been something that turned out to be very contentious at trial had this gone forward.
Yeah, and it would have been, frankly, a nightmare for the FBI witness, because he would have been on the stand for a very, very, very long time. And so every little thing he would say or testify to, the defense is going to pick apart and turn around, and then they have a expert waiting there to dispute every little finding he may have had. However, 22 instances of him.
That doesn't shock me that they're still saying he's innocent. He just pled guilty.
That's overwhelming circumstantial evidence.
Just
but the
said
challenge is, was the FBI special agent going to be able to introduce and make sure that the jury understood how he found that information and how it was connected to the target?
And that's the question. I mean, because that information can be very complicated and complex. What was your take and your reaction to the way Bryan Koberger, during that first question from the judge, just stood up
and
said yes? What was your reaction to that?
Well, I think this is somebody with deep mental health issues, not that was a defense, and somebody who's likely a psychopath. And I mean, I'm not a mental health expert or a psychologist or psychiatrist, but somebody that it appears that he just doesn't have remorse, and he's more of a robot. And frankly, I think this was a transactional decision for him, that it was either the death penalty or risking the death penalty or life in prison. So my heart goes out to the victims. This
behavior.
was a senseless, horrible
It's like
crime,
not funny.
and they got the right guy.
And after all of this time, it's interesting you say that they got the right guy, Colin. After all of this time, he's finally admitted it. It appeared they had just a mountain of evidence against him. They had the K-bar knife and sheath purchase that he made on Amazon in March of 2022 before he moved to Idaho. He moves to Idaho in late June to pursue his PhD. And then in July, he starts kind of, it sounds like, hanging out in that general vicinity around Greek Row, where the King Road home was located. So it sounds like they think he had a plan.
That's just sick. They're like smearing themselves with baby oil in New York right now, folks.
He went in there intending to kill all 4 victims.
Nuts.
And that's kind of been something that I've thought in covering this case, that possibly he went in there to target one person and that things spiraled out of control. So I found it interesting
that too,
the prosecutor
originally.
brought that up, that they don't know if all 4 victims were part of his so-called plan. But they also said that he kind of studied this and he knew how to keep from contaminating a crime scene as well. What were your thoughts on those 2 items?
Well, the first point that I'd like to make is just the level of violence that he did to these in this crime scene is indicative of not only planning, but did he have a period or several events that led to this? And frankly, is there other victims out there? Are there other people he may have done this to? And so that'll definitely be part of the post investigation, is if he will cooperate to see if he is truly a serial killer and there's something in some other victims out there that they're not aware of. And then the fact that, like you said, he was operating in a method that he was trying to hide his tracks and trying to to throw off the scent, so to speak. But per usual, the phones always get you, and he had the phone with him, and I think that's really was the what broke the case. And then of course obviously the DNA that was on the sheath of the K-bar knife.
Case wide open. If they hadn't had that, Colin, they wouldn't have been able to identify a perpetrator in this case, or else it may have taken a lot longer. But that was really the direct link to Bryan Koberger. That's how they identified him as the suspect in this case. I mean, there was no other forensic evidence linking him to the case. They said they went into his apartment, they went into his office. They said Spartan would be kind of a kind description of both of those locations. There was nothing of evidentiary value there. And when they seized his car, they took it apart and they said it had been meticulously cleaned. His attorneys tried to say that that was because of his obsessive compulsive disorder. But law enforcement saying, no, he cleaned that to ensure that there wasn't one speck of evidence behind. So there have been some interesting issues raised in this case. For sure. So we're going to have a sentencing hearing on July 23rd. It will likely last all day. The prosecutor in this case, Bill Thompson, said that he wants to ensure that all of the victims can speak, and there are people with varying perspectives in this case. Oh, pardon me. Excuse me. I had a little sneeze there. I apologize. I want to get to your questions now. Let's start taking some of your questions. But that sentencing will take place on July 23rd. The victims will be allowed to speak. Bryan Koberger will be allowed to address the court if he so chooses, and his family will be allowed to speak. I want to say that his mother, Marianne, and his father, Michael, were both in court, and his father often put his arm around his mother to console her because this, had to be incredibly difficult for them to hear and to listen to their son, their only son, their youngest child, sitting there and admitting to a heinous crime. Nobody raises their children to do something like this. So they were very quiet and very solemn throughout this proceeding. But let's get to some questions, Colin, if you will. This one comes from Detective Mad Chen. Is BK in solitary? Will he move to Gen Pop? And will he move to prisons? I know right now he's being kept separated from other inmates at the Ada County Jail, but what happens, do you think, Colin, when he is eventually moved to an Idaho State prison? Do you think he'll stay in general population, or will he be moved to a prison?
Well, the prison system in Idaho has a responsibility to keep all the prisoners safe. And somebody like him that is so infamous, I think they'd be very careful about putting him in general population because of what happened to Jeffrey Dahmer. As soon as he went into, or shortly after he went into general population, he was killed by another inmate who wanted some notoriety for killing Jeffrey Dahmer. So I think it's unlikely that he'll go into general population for some time because, frankly, the prison system doesn't want to be responsible or show that they did do everything they could to keep him safe.
There's something else that they often do, Colin. I'm sure you're familiar with this. I've seen it in other high-profile cases, especially really gruesome murders where people may be a target, where offenders may be targets or be targeted by other inmates because of just the horrific nature of a crime and because of the high-profile nature of it. A lot of times, the State Department of Corrections will determine that this person is just a risk and we can't keep them safe here. So sometimes they'll move them to a prison out of state just to kind of move them out, to get them away from people who may want to take some type of vigilante justice. So that happens as well.
Yeah, but I doubt that's going to happen in this case because he has worldwide notoriety. It doesn't matter where they move him; he's going to be known. And I think Idaho is going to do everything they can to take responsibility for his care, for most likely for the rest of his life. And he's a young man, so they're going to have to deal with him for 40, 50, 60 years in some way. And the Department of Corrections there, I'm sure, has already had a plan. They are already where they're going to put him and how they're going to keep him safe. And definitely they're not going to do anything that would bring any notoriety to the Department of Corrections for not doing everything or not mitigating the risk of having him in custody.
Our next, I want to say we have a poll up now too. We have a poll up. Why do you think Koberger took a plea? So vote in our poll, and we'll update you on the results very shortly now. Our next question is from Chris Buono. Do you think Koberger is delighting about being the known killer now? What are your thoughts on that, Colin? Do you think he's enjoying the notoriety? He doesn't come into court and look at the cameras or smile at the cameras. We don't see that from him, like we had maybe with a Ted Bundy, who really seemed to delight and enjoy the limelight. But do you think this is somebody, he seems more introverted, more quiet and reserved. Do you believe he's somebody who maybe is enjoying this level of notoriety and being, on television, on social media, that type of thing?
Well, obviously, we're all speculating on that as well, because we don't know. We can't take a step into his mind, or I don't know what the conversations law enforcement has had with him. Other serial killers they killed for notoriety, and when I say serial killer, or somebody who's killed multiple people. So I think this is going to take on a life of its own once he gets into prison. That he's going to get interviewed by some media, and then only time will tell how he interacts with the media interacting with him, whether he's starting to enjoy it. But right now, I really can't tell whether he's enjoying it or not. I think he's probably still, there's some sense of relief that it's over for him as far as the trial, and he knows what his consequence is going to be.
I did
but
not.
I think it will lead to many
it was
podcasts,
like 7 weeks.
many documentaries, and many opportunities for the media to come to him and try to interview him to get his state of mind.
And that's probably already happened. I've
Sorry,
mentioned that there are already documentaries.
Yeah, already documentaries being made. Shocker. I mean, does that shock us, really? I'm sure people are going to want interviews with him. I don't know, like, what could he bring to the table other than what he just pled guilty? It's really, he's not going to tell you, all the details. It's just not. I did not see the interview with the professor. That'd be interesting to watch. It was about like 7 weeks, I think, before they arrested him. Something like that. 6, maybe. Yeah, the Dahmer thing that was way back when, though. So it's like prisons work differently now. I know, I worked in one. They work differently than way back then. Although children is still a sticky subject in a jail. If you hurt children, the inmates are not too fond of you. That's for sure. So yeah, I think it was like 7 weeks or something like that happened. Yeah, it was about around 7. Thank you. I mean, the saddest part of all of this is the families deserve, and I'm looking at the front doors right now on the Associated Press thing here, and there's still no movement there. I'm watching the doors move to see if anybody's coming out or not on that end. Here comes some family. Hold on. I'm going to unmute this. Crap. I'm going to share this one instead. The other one is not showing it. This is why I watch multiple channels, guys, so I can switch back for you. Hey, Alma.
Good afternoon. I'm Leander James from the law firm of James, Bruno & Weeks, Coeur d'Alene, Idaho. I'm a victim's rights attorney. For the past few years, I've had the privilege and the honor to provide pro bono representation with this criminal case for Karen Jeremy Scott. The loving mother and stepfather added to life. I will be giving a statement of gratitude today. Hey, Lee, Xana, and Ethan. and we deeply, deeply mourn their senseless loss. We remain in solidarity with their families and friends, and we continue to shower them with our prayers and support. We are grateful for their prayers, love, and support that they have given us. They have helped us and sustained us during our darkest times. We are grateful to the prosecutor, Bill Thompson, and his dedicated and caring team, including victim coordinators, Kim and Stacy, who have helped to guide us through the sometimes confusing and disorienting legal process. Thank you for all your dedicated, diligent, and tireless commitment to justice and the successful outcome reached today. We support the plea agreement 100%. While we know there are some who do not support it, we ask that they respect our belief that this is the best outcome possible for the victims, their families, and the state of Idaho. We extend our deep gratitude to the many law enforcement officers and staff who worked tirelessly to obtain the critical evidence that brought justice today.
What?
Including the Moscow Police Department, the FBI, the Idaho State Patrol, and the Lehigh County Sheriff's Department. We are deeply grateful to Judge Hippler and Judge John Judge before him. We thank you for your diligence, thoughtfulness, and judicial guidance. We appreciate the difficult work you have done to balance the rights of all involved and to uphold the rule of law. You have had our prayers and support throughout this case. We send our love and gratitude to the many family and friends who have supported us, cared for us, and helped us to heal our open emotional wounds. To the good people of North Idaho, who have showered us with kindness and support, we thank you. We also mourn today with you the recent tragic and senseless loss of two brave North Idaho firefighters. We extend our prayers and support to their families. You are not alone. We understand your pain. For all parents who have endured the loss of a child, we know recovery is a long and at times an almost unbearable journey. But you are not alone. And there is hope and there is healing. We thank those in the press who have respected our privacy and the grieving process and the privacy and grieving process of the families of Kaylee, Xana, and Ethan. To others in the press, we gently encourage you to do the same. We thank the many people across our nation and beyond who have reached out to us, prayed for us, and extended their kindness. You too have helped us on our journey to heal. We now embark on a new path. We turn from tragedy and mourning. We turn from darkness and uncertainty of the legal process to the light of the future. We have closure. We embark on a path of hope and healing. We invite all of those who have mourned with us to join us, and we wish you well. Thank you. I will now share a few words of my own. Over the past 2 years, I've been amazed and humbled by Karen and Scott's strength, endurance, and faith. They have uplifted me and so many. They founded a nonprofit to help others in the name of Maddie. They have been a beacon of hope amidst a dark and tragic time. To those young and bright attorneys out there looking for purpose and meaning in your profession, I invite you to join the effort of crime victim attorneys to bring victims justice with compassion, empathy, humility, and understanding. This case is not the end of violence. This case is not the end of lawlessness. We need your help to bring hope and healing to the innocent caught in the crossfire of life. Thank you all.
Sir, could you just say your name one more time?
Leander James, Leander, last name is James. Thank you.
I'm confused why they're trying to go back in. I mean, I'm guessing maybe their cars are out back and they have to go back in to go back out. I mean, I'd be wiped out if I was the entire family, that's for sure. Any one of these families, I'd be completely wiped out.
You've been listening to a press conference by the family of Maddie Mogen. That was their attorney. Her mother, Karen, her stepfather, Scott. You can probably see them right over here. We're going to walk a little bit as they walk, but they are walking as people follow, and they were devastated by this. Maddie Mogen was the only child of her two parents, Ben Mogen and Karen. She was mostly raised by her stepfather, Scott. And so it's just been a devastating loss for them. Maddie was a beautiful, beautiful young woman, as you know. And Bryan Koberger, as we heard today and suspected, went straight to her bedroom that morning on November 13th, 2022.
Yeah, Maddie's family, she does look like her mom,
and
for sure.
Took her life. So we're gathering here to see if they would like to speak or say anything. We're standing here to see if they would like to speak or say anything more. We'll wait here for a moment, but I think they're probably getting ready to leave and probably don't wish to speak. Karen Laramie has been very, very quiet throughout this whole process and has declined to speak throughout. So we know she's going to be appearing in the Amazon Prime documentary.
There's no way I could keep quiet
that's
about
coming
my
out.
child.
She has not wanted to grant interviews throughout.
I respect her.
Any of this.
Not wanting
but
to,
we will be seeing her in that program. So she's continuing to walk to her car.
I would have to
make her way
Just my
home.
own
We know
personal
she'll be
preference,
here for the
obviously.
sentencing on July 23rd. Well, it appears actually that they're going back into the courthouse at this point in time.
I don't know why. That's weird.
So there you have it.
But
so
if it was me, there's no way.
The sentencing of Bryan Koberger right now, as I
probably
told
wouldn't be
you,
giving
he's in the
interviews
Ada
to
County
anybody and
Jail.
everyone,
He's been held there for some time, ever since
trusted
the venue was changed to Ada
patients, I
County.
would.
And he will be sentenced on July 23rd.
But
There
I
will
could
be no
never
pre-sentence
just be
investigation
quiet.
in
It's
this
not my
case
personal preference,
because
you know?
he's getting 4 consecutive life sentences, life without parole.
Yeah,
So
I
that's what
can't
will be happening
imagine.
here. We will be back here on July
I can and I
23rd
can't.
covering that for you. He is going to prison forever for the murders of Maddie Mogen, Kaylee Gonsalves, Ethan Chapin, and Xana Kernodle. I want to thank our guests today, both Mark Weaver and Colin Schmidt, and thank you for submitting all of your questions and for watching us as always.
Probably not.
I'm Anjanette Levy. Thanks so much for being with us. You can go back and watch our coverage on YouTube from earlier today.
No, we're actually
and
gonna-
watch the plea hearing. We'll see you back here next time.
Was it Bo you were working I asked Kelly if he could get that away. He's like,
You guys are a team, so you see this.
Who wants to get you something? You want to go with us or you want to bring you back something?
Oh no!
Sorry, I'm muted. I forgot that I muted. I couldn't be quiet. I'd have to be loud, screaming from the rooftops, this dude was murdered my baby if this was me. But everybody has a personal preference. If you open one door to the media, it's not like they're gonna leave you alone. They're gonna hound you. They're gonna hound you. They're gonna absolutely freaking hound you. And nobody deserves to have to be hounded by the media while losing their children either. So I get it. Again, I probably couldn't just stay silent. That'd be too hard for me. I'd need to talk about it. I got to get it out. That's kind of the kind of person I am. Is I got to talk about it. I have to get it out. Like I can't just hold it in like that. I have to. And you know, well, I don't think that they're not unified. I mean, you have to remember there are so many sets of parents in all of this. Parents have, remarried. And so there's, I think, 10 parents in all of this. So, yeah, everything is still very fresh for everyone, you know? Yeah, everyone's different. I would want the answers, obviously. That's the kind of I need to know. I'm that person that like wants to know. I want to dig into it. I need to know. Like I can't just not know. I have to know. I literally have to and I want to. And it's sad because everyone deals with it in their own way. There is no book for this. They don't give you a grief book on how to handle this shit. And they definitely don't give you a book on how to deal with if your child is murdered. It's not something you ever think could happen. I didn't get a book on how to have a sick child and what that looks like for a terminal illness or how do I feel as a parent? What do I do as a parent? I didn't get a manual for that. And no one does because it's not something you ever think is going to happen. And so you're just not prepared. And there's no way anyone is going to be prepared for dealing with something like violent crime. Again, there's no manual for any of it. There's no book, on what to do or what not to do. How to deal with it or how not to deal with it. It's kind of like on a wing and a prayer, and you're just winging it. You're just straight winging it. You do the best that you can, you make the best decisions that you think are the best at the time, and you move on. And that's going to look different for everyone. I respect that some families wanted this plea deal. I think the way that the state went about it was a little shady. I understand that they knew that some families didn't want it, but that does not excuse by any stretch of the imagination the way that they told those families instead of having a meeting or even a phone call. An email with a letter attached is not the correct way to do this. Whether you think that they're going to agree or not, or vehemently push back or not, it is your job as a prosecutor to do better. They deserved more respect, whether you like them speaking out to the media or not. That's their preference. They deserve more respect than an email with a letter attached. Utah County should do better. That to me was beyond disrespectful. Well, I mean, they've definitely done that. There's a real thing called survivor's guilt, my friends. And, if you lose someone you care about, you start going through what ifs. Most of you know I lost my fiance in a house fire way back in the early 2000s. And I was working that night and I did the whole what if, sometimes still do once in a blue moon. What if I hadn't worked? What if I had just picked him up? What if, he wouldn't have been there? Survivor's guilt's a real thing. The what ifs, what you could have done, what you couldn't have done, maybe if you had, maybe if you hadn't. And there's no way to stop it. It's just a flood of emotions that come to you and you start trying to just sort through them one by one. And it's overwhelming. I'll tell you that much. It's overwhelming. What if these parents have to be like, well, what if they lived at home instead of off campus housing? What if would they have been safer in on campus housing? What if we didn't pay for them to go to school there? Like these are real things that they're going to struggle with, even though none of it is their fault. They couldn't have known. No decision would have changed this. It's a real feeling of survivor's guilt and the what ifs. And could I have done something different? Could I have done something better, safer? Nothing would have changed it. It just sucks, because it's feelings they're going to deal with no matter what. And I don't think people, unless you've been through something like that, understand, that they're dealing with all of this at once. Survivor's guilt, the what ifs, the who, what, when, where, and why, fighting against the police investigators to tell you things. You need information, you want information on what happened to your child. Against the DA's office for them to tell you things. If they won't tell you things, they'll send you to your victim advocate, who will just tell you they can't tell you anything, and they'll ask the prosecutor and get back to you. And when they do get back to you, they don't really tell you anything. Unless you've dealt with it or been through it, you just won't get it. And it's a flurry of emotions and things that these families are going to deal with for a long time. I mean, again, I lost my fiance in a house fire in early 2000s. And I still think about it. It's not something that ever magically goes away. It doesn't just poof disappear. It's something you think about all the time. It's something you grapple with for the rest of your life. It's unfortunate. That's the problem, Jack. No, we won't. We won't. We won't get a lot of answers. The families won't get a lot of answers. I mean, once that gag order is lifted, will the families speak a little bit more about some of the things privately they knew that they couldn't talk about? Probably, yeah. But you know, I think there's a lot of unknowns, and I think this is why they wanted answers. They didn't want to plead because they wanted answers, and I can't blame them. I would want them too, as a parent. You know. Yeah, she looks tired, and I don't blame her. I'd be exhausted. I mean, I'm ready for a nap after all that. I kid you not. I'm tired. We've been here 4 hours and 2 minutes, and it's emotionally taxing, right? It's emotionally exhausting, all of it, the whole thing. Right. They deserve answers too. I would need them. Some people would rather not know, and I respect that preference of people to rather not know. I'm one of those people that I need to know. I have to know. And I will keep digging until I find the answer. I will dig and dig and dig and dig and dig and dig and dig until I get that goddamn answer because I want it and I need it. You know. Well, that's the problem, right? Without the trial, they don't always get those answers. Most of the time they don't. I think it should have been part of the plea deal. Certain things, some states do on purpose to put it in a plea deal so that these answers are given. I do get gambling. A trial would have been a gamble, especially with the innocence fraud that we've seen sort of eating the justice system at the moment. And that money and influence can buy freedom in a way. And you don't want to risk that with someone like this that could go out and kill again if they were let off. If you're willing to walk into a house of 4, 6 women and one man staying overnight and murder 4 people, then you're definitely a monster. And if you were let off, there is zero chance, I think, that he wouldn't commit another crime like that. Yeah, exactly. They're not told that. People assume that, like, in investigations, they're told everything as it goes. They're told essentially almost nothing. They're asked questions along the line of, "Do you know this person?" Or, "Do you think this, or this could have been a reason someone was upset with them?" But you're not really told anything that they find out, what details, what they found in the data downloads. Like, you're not told any of it, none of it. So there are answers that they'll never get if people don't share it with them. You know? They definitely deserve to have some sort of. Oh, yeah, I'll turn it up. Yeah, I definitely have wondered that, Jack. Like, what else was this guy doing? Because like Anna said earlier, something like this doesn't just happen out of the blue, right? Someone like this has a lot of red flags that happen before they do something like this. And so you have to wonder what other crimes he might have been committing or what other weird things he was doing before all of this, before he was caught. Yeah, I'm a huge fan of Kay. She has so much grace and empathy and sympathy. And her and Larry have my utmost respect. They fought hard for those kids, and I wish those kids were in the custody of Kay and Larry. This wouldn't have happened, you know. I think there was an interview that Bryan did with Laurie the other day, and it was just nonsensical. It was all, he would ask a question, she would dance around it, and then talk about God. I'm a vessel of God, and I'm only a vessel of God, and I'll be out of here. No, I mean, that's delusional. She's delusional, you know? Yeah, you got to think about it. Like, what other crimes could they have connected him to or can connect him to, you know? Oh my God. And she wasn't crazy back then, you know? Oh, I'm sorry, freak. I had one the other day. I was sick. I was in bed. It was awful. It sucked. It sucked. That's the answers I think that the families probably want. Was it all of them? Was it one of them? Was one of them a target and they just all were there? Like, what was it? What are the answers? You know? And I think the families deserve to have those answers one way or another. And it's unfortunate. Some may not want them, but for the ones that do, they deserve those answers, you know? I mean, I can't imagine having known Laurie Bell. She seems like she was wackadoo even back when, but some people literally do at a certain age start having some serious mental health issues that go unresolved. But it seems like she was a little off pretty much her whole life. Gray hues. It's really deep in this case. I don't think I have. I don't think I have watched him before. Maybe it's possible. You know, 90% of the time I'm doing research. So the other day I had my notebook and my pen out and I'm going through stuff and my husband just taps me on the shoulder. I'm like, what? He's like, you doing research for a case? And I'm like, yeah. Like, you know, like usually when I'm not here with you guys, I'm still working on something for this channel. So, you know, I don't have a lot of time to look at other channels and watch stuff. When you guys send me stuff, that's when I look at it. Like when you guys put something on Discord or send me something in a DM or an email, that is when I get a chance to actually click on it and look at it, because then I'm going through my messages and I'm trying to answer people or comments or whatever, and you guys will send me something to look at, and that's when I'll have a chance to be like, okay, let me look at this. Otherwise, I don't have a chance to like search it out myself and look at it unless it's part of the research that I'm doing. I mean, that's crazy. That's cray. Yes, please do. Please let us know how that goes, because I won't be here for that. Okay, so they ended that. I will keep an eye out for anything else that happens, any other statements. I know Kaylee's family will make a statement probably on their Facebook account. I have no doubt that they will. I don't think I have any other donations to read. If you would like to donate to the channel and help out the channel, that's how we get by, is donations from you guys. We rely solely on donations from you guys to bring you content. So you can do so one of a bunch of different ways: Venmo, PayPal, Cash App, Revolut. We have a link over there in the chat, the live chat, that you can use credit or debit. It's also on the main part of my YouTube channel itself and in the descriptions of the videos as well. I will be back tomorrow. I will see you guys tomorrow morning at 9:30 in the morning. I moved it just a little later today because I realized the time difference in Idaho, and I was like, there's a time difference, obviously. So that's why we're a little later today than what we normally are. But I will see you guys again tomorrow morning at 9:30 in the morning. And until then, I love your stinking faces. Make sure you hit the like button on your way out. Hit the subscribe button if you already didn't. Those of you, there's 531 of you. Most of you are actually on X right now. Why? I don't know. It just always happens that way. But I love your stinking faces, and I will see y'all tomorrow. If you end up donating and we're not live anymore, I will read it tomorrow as usual. All right. I'll see you guys at 9:30 tomorrow. Bye.